Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake, and today is another Wicked Cookout. Let's say hi to the gang. Tinkerbell, Ned, Morbius, Johnny Two-Leg. Hello to the gang. We are funking out. Increasingly less free, but still technically free world. Love Fine Moves by Marscott. How's the whole gang doing? Thank you so much for joining me on this day of solidarity with the folks of Minneapolis as they are under siege from the U.S. government. We're joining the rest of the free world, the rest of the world, in understanding what it's like to have the U.S. government attack you. That's now something U.S. citizens have in common with the good people of Iraq and, all of South America. Oh, mercy me. I am looking forward to the events we have to talk about today. Something doesn't feel right about the cookout, though. One second. Uno momento, por favor. Yeah. Yeah, here we are. Yeah. How did I put on weight in a few months? Oy. Maybe because it was more than a few months. Damn it, Jake. There we are. Cookout attire is back. Back to looking like a gentleman that solves mysteries in the Miami area, general area. Probably if I wore less layers, that joke would have been a little bit faster. I did have I did have 3 entire layers, a Bannon-esque amount of layers, one might say, to remove to make that gag work. How's everybody doing? I didn't really advertise that we should necessarily throw parties this time. Maybe next time. I have a feeling we're going to get a lot more opportunities closer together to do these cookouts. But look at that, Dead End Joker joining us on Twitch. I love it. Natchiket's saying very Bruce Campbell. Oh boy, you have no idea how happy that's made me. I did not realize. Whoopsie doodles. I did not. Oh, the shirt is very Bruce Campbell. Well, thank you. I didn't know that we had cowboy hat tip emojis on Twitch. That's fantastic. That really makes me glad that we're streaming to Twitch as well. So I think today is going to be a very, let's say, Twitch friendly stream. And that is because this is of the of the Let's Watch variety. Because first, let's talk about, I suppose, the reason for the season. The Wicked Cookout is a hell yes, indeed. The Wicked Cookout is an event where we take off work and we deny the capital T, capital M, the man, the profits from our labor for a day. In other words, we practice the general strike. And we do it as punishment to the system for the evils that it does. In this case, it is the assault of human beings in Minneapolis. It is the kidnapping of decent folk off our streets every day in communities all around us. We tell them today across the country by wiggling the needle just a little bit, by making number go down, as they say. These capitalist pigs only understand one thing, and that is direct financial consequences. So we're providing them direct financial consequences, and we're utilizing the one resource they have mistakenly given us in abundance, and that is exhaustion. We are taking our exhaustion that they have used that they've relied on to ensure that we don't vote every opportunity that we can, to try to dissuade us from having the strength left over at the end of the day to protest. They try to make us too exhausted to write our senators, to demand votes, to do what is necessary to make the world better. Our exhaustion, that is the resource they have given us in abundance, and we are using that. We are saying, great, I'm going to make my exhaustion your problem. My protest is to not go to work. My protest is to take one day, call the shot so that people understand what is happening and why, so that the protest is marked. But to take one day and deny it to you, our capitalist overlords. We did, the whole country is calling for a Wicked Cookout right now. We did one half a year ago, if you all remember. I think this is the way forward. I think this is how we transition to a sustained general strike. And if you're one of our friends that doesn't believe in the cause, but you are merely joining us to see if you can, welcome. How difficult was it for you to request the day off? Could you Could you behave like you thought you could when you were a kid? Did you go and simply inform your boss, "Hey, I'm taking Friday off. It's personal day." Or did you go, "Well, I'm feeling very sick. I don't want to spread it to anybody and hurt productivity, boss. You understand? So, in the company's interests, really for the company's sake, I'm gonna stay home." Did you have to grovel? Did you have to lie? It's not your fault if you did, but you should make note that you had to. Or are you watching from work because you simply could not take one day off of work? If that's the life you're living, ask yourself whether or not you're truly free in the United States of America. If you could not take a single day off of work, either to participate in this event, denying the system your profits for a day, or because you were curious, or because you just felt like it. Are you as free as you thought you were? Where can I view holy mackerel? Oh my god, it's got a wiki. I just want to show you guys what I'm looking at. The Holy Mackerel Wiki. I didn't realize there's 9 seasons. I didn't know this has been going on since 2015. 9 seasons of Holy Mackerel. Oh my god. Oh, oh. So, real quick, to tell you what I can't wait to look at today. I don't even know how to explain this. Where to begin? Ferndale, Michigan. Let's begin with what Ferndale, Michigan is. Imagine an entire town built and run by wealthy gays. Imagine what you think the sensibilities of that town would be. Um, Pretty left leaning because, first of all, in order to be wealthy, generally you need to be of a certain age. And if you're a gay person of a certain age, maybe you remember the Stonewall riots. Maybe you remember hard times, let us say. So Ferndale, Michigan is one such town. It is a famously gay-friendly town in Michigan. It's also oh yeah, Ypsilanti, Michigan. What's up? Hassan Ali, yeah. Hey buddy, yeah, the 734. I love it. First of all, I used to live not too terribly far from the tower, you know the one. Um Big I was a oh, that shop's not there anymore. Well, I was a big fan of the Halloween shop, that was on the main street. But hell yeah, Ypsilanti. I cannot tell I was an Ypsilanti resident for a couple of years, and, it's a fine town. Love it, man. Thank you for joining the cookout. And you'll appreciate that how weird it is that there was a group called the Church Militant in Ferndale, Michigan. The Church Militant is not only anti-gay, they are militant about it. They describe themselves as radical Catholic, but they're not Catholic. Not Catholic because the Catholic Church said, "No, you're not. You're not Catholic. You can't. We're excommunicating you. You're not Catholic." Uh, oh hell yeah! Thank you for subscribing, Hassan. Yeah, exactly. The church militant. Yeah, it is. It is a disturbing group. Don't get it twisted because it's going to seem adorable today. It really is. And at least one out streamer is a fan of some of their content. But they are not adorable. They have ill plans for human beings. Really sinister folks. And yet there's a shining silver lining to the existence of the church militant, which somehow was set up in Ferndale, Michigan. Just to be clear, the reason I'm stressing where it's from is because this is like if in your backyard you discovered there was an apocalypse cult. Like, it's such a weird place to discover this was happening. And I gotta tell you, during its years of operation, I've been to Ferndale, like while it was there in full swing. And it's not like people are like, dude, did you hear? There's an insane church around here that's literally plotting to overthrow the government with guns or plotting to like eradicate gays. It never happened. Nobody mentioned that. Nobody pointed it out. Never did somebody. I had no idea until a streamer from out of state started talking about it, and they were just talking about the sketch comedy show they had. Weird world. To get further weird with it, this church militant, they started a sketch comedy show called Holy Mackerel, and it began as just a series of announcements to let people know you're not supposed to eat meat on Fridays. That's like the one normal. This is stuff we're watching for fun while we play hooky all day because fuck this, the man. But yeah, it started off as just letting folks know that you're not supposed to eat meat on Friday, etc., etc. And then it evolved from there. There was a whole, like, everybody in the church got really into making Holy Mackerel movies. They got deep lore. They got deeper plots. Mr. Valentine. THC edibles got me so high, I started looking for clues on random YouTube streams. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to show all church militant stuff here. But so here's what happened. They started this sketch comedy thing. It went very well. And from there, they had like, or rather, as they were doing the sketch comedy thing, that was with the leftover stuff from their like faux news show that they were doing. They were doing like church news, but they were trying to do it like Fox. And then the leader of the church militant, a dude who claimed to be an ex-gay, invited Milo Yiannopoulos over. And they had an interview on air where they flirted with each other really heavily. Milo Yiannopoulos and this anti-gay hate preacher flirted with each other like right in front of the cameras. Some homosexual or whatever, some queer coded streamers saw it and were like, I know what gay flirting looks like. And that's some gay flirting. That was pretty wild. What's up, the reference frame? Yeah, that was pretty wild. And then it was later revealed that they had sex. Milo Yiannopoulos and the head of the church militant, an organization which hated gays so much they were willing to be excommunicated from their religion about it. Those two had sex, and shortly thereafter, the church militant apparently collapsed. People were abandoning it like crazy because they're like, you're not really about this hateful lifestyle. And from the ashes, I'm telling you all this so you appreciate how odd it is, the stuff you're going to see today, and how special it is that you get to see it. From the ashes, Holy Mackerel, the church militant's sketch comedy show, was saved. And it was saved because Demon Mama, and I was watching her stream when she called this shot, Demon Mama said, I bet Milo, I don't know how she saw this coming, but she said, "I bet Milo Yiannopoulos and whoever the guy is who ran the church militant. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. It's blasphemy, I know. She said, "I bet they're having an affair. There's no way this can't come out. When it comes out, this whole fucking thing is going to collapse. And when it does, they're not going to save the backups of Holy Mackerel. They're not going to put them somewhere that I can find them." She even wrote the church militant asking, saying, "Hey, I am who I am, and you're not going to like me, but out of love, can I please back up this thing?" They didn't respond to her, is my understanding. So she just downloaded them anyway and saved them, knowing that the church militant was likely to collapse. And then she was completely correct. Everything she predicted happened. The dude was having an affair with Milo Yiannopoulos. That caused the collapse of their church, as well as some light embezzling. And they didn't bother to save Holy Mackerel because they couldn't even see in themselves what was decent and good and worthwhile because they were so busy worrying about the hate. So we have Holy Mackerel to view, thanks to Demon Mama, ironically. Oh, oh, I'm glad you love the shirt. Gentlemen, Demon Mama is back streaming. YT never told, YouTube never told me. I don't know if she is. I haven't seen her in a while, actually. That's been concerning. So yeah, the idea is basically just a very progressive YouTube streamer saved this stuff by, because they actually cared. They actually liked. Oh. They actually liked it. It wasn't a joke. They didn't ironically like it. They enjoyed the stuff. And I think that's pretty sweet, and it's pretty um telling about who progressives are. I also think that when people are told about progressives, but they don't actually know any, all they hear about is the aggression we have. And really, our only aggression is for people that are hurting people we care about. But this is more a progressive move than anything else I can imagine. Saving somebody else's media. Now, that being said, I have no idea how the guy accessed her files. "I'm a truck driver," says Hassan Ali, "but in winter I do Uber, and the biggest tippers are gay people." I would believe that. Well, you're probably a handsome gentleman. That doesn't hurt. Yes, if Jesus comes back, before we ask him any questions about the meaning of life or how we're doing as a society, first I too need him to respond to Holy Mackerel. Oh, I do though need to take a moment and figure out how I find this. I wonder if it's St. Michael's Media. Playlist. Please tell me he's got a Holy Mackerel playlist. Please, please, please. Church Militant Reports. Oh my God. Exclusives. The Vortex. Investigations. Oh. every Holy Mackerel Church Militant video in order. I'm trying to be like Carlos and not freak out. I might just show you random Holy Mackerel videos, at least so you can appreciate just how insane it is. Legitimately insane. I do enjoy it though. I'm not trying to. I'm making fun of it, but I'm not hating on it. I'm not even making fun of it. I'm laughing with it. All right. Well, we shall watch some random Holy Mackerel then. Here's random Holy Mackerel. This is saved because of Demon Mama.
Hello and welcome to Green Top Report. I'm your host, Joseph McEnders, and sitting with me today is Church Militant's head of production, Charlie Hornbarker.
Hello. I can't do an Irish accent, so instead I do Arnold.
And Ronan Torrance, of course.
Yeah, I'm still just Ronan Torrance.
So today, we're going to be reacting to the fish that has been roaming around Church Militant.
Oh, that's some not very green looking broccoli.
Oh, hey, John. You could have meat today. It's St. Patrick's Day if you're Irish.
That took me a moment.
Oh, hey, Holy Mackerel. I got some green broccoli in my meat here. It's St. Patrick's Day. I kind of do that every day of the year. You know, it's
Jesus, menacing with the polo mallet there. Good Lord.
You could have saved the broccoli.
Based off of a Japanese panda bear that sold cheese.
And he was angry if you didn't buy the right cheese, and he'd like tip over your cart.
So someone came up with the idea, hey, people trying to eat meat during Lenten Fridays, Holy Mackerel stops you. Holy Mackerel just smacks the burger out of your hand.
Oh, pink.
You know, you can't have meat on Friday unless the Archdiocese gives you a dispensation.
Brad, I'm Irish, okay? I don't need any sort of dispensation.
Okay, you suit yourself.
But thanks anyway. But I'm Irish.
Yeah. Dan on the moon.
That episode was just a classic.
It's just wonderful. I mean,
absolute classic.
Now, I from time to time do feel the need to remind you. Ugh. There we are. From time to time, I do feel the need to remind you that everybody you see on screen is part of, except for me, is part of a church a religious organization that supported the violent overthrow of the government in order to deny the basic humanity of homosexuals, and was in fact run by a homosexual who would one day ruin the church by banging a cruel twink. And yet it's the sweetest, like it's the most wholesome freaking comedy. It's just a mildly menacing fish. There is definitely dark undertones to it. There's also gay undertones to it. Other streamers who are more socially capable than I have pointed out that there are gay undertones in Holy Mackerel. I have more trouble seeing them, but I just think it's such a charming effing show, put out by some of the craziest sons of bitches you can fathom. Like every single one of these folks has a worldview that is crazier than a sack of cats, but pretty good sketch comedy.
Each step of the way in the episode, the Holy Mackerel catches him and stops him, and he just tries to one-up the mackerel, and then at the end there, he fooled himself. He can't eat a sandwich through a
One giant
helmet.
slap for mankind during
Iggy the
Exactly.
Lizard.
All right, everybody, if you're Irish, here you go. You can have some lovely White Castle here for St. Patrick's Day. Or should we make it Green Castle?
Okay, so that guy, I was gonna go take a leak, but boy, you have to know that's the guy with the wedding ring on. That's the guy that bangs Milo Yiannopoulos in like 2 years after this is on the timeline. That guy with the crazy suit doing the adorably bad accent, who's offering meat on Friday and is going to be the butt of a joke. That guy bangs Milo Yiannopoulos and ruins everybody's life there. It's such a weird story that happened. It should be the weirdest story in America, but we just tried to invade Greenland. So, you know.
Here you go. Here you go.
Maybe. Oh, it's Shillelagh. I just got that.
Thanks so much for coming on, Charlie. Now, before you go, we have something very, very special. Isn't that right,
Wow.
Ronan?
Oh, we do. Oh, we do.
So, I believe we're going to be eating.
Ooh.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
We have wings,
Wings.
chicken wings.
Oh,
Anders, today's Friday, though.
But it's St. Patrick's Day.
St.
Sorry.
Patrick's
Yeah.
Day.
So what does that mean?
Like, do you not see this?
We're Irish.
Do you not see this? I'm wearing the green, so I can eat
Oh.
the meat.
Oh, I'm a quarter Irish.
That's right. If you're Irish, you can eat. I'm 25%. How much are you?
I don't know. I'm American, but
No, that boy's Irish too.
We're all
That
Irish
boy's
on St.
too.
Patty's
Everybody's
Day, right?
Irish on St. Patrick's Day.
There
Come
you
on,
go.
guys, let's do that.
All right, let's do it. Let's eat some wings.
Okay, awesome.
All right, very cool. Let's do it. All right.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
at that.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah.
Oh wow. Maybe I should
Just grab
grab one of these. Yeah. Oh, this is excellent.
Ronan.
yeah, let me get one of those.
Grab one of those wings.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, we should do a cheers.
Mm.
We should do an Irish cheers. I can't do an
Yes.
Irish accent, but an Irish cheer.
To the entirety of the Emerald Isle and the goodness of the Catholic faith. Let's eat.
Oh no.
We doing fish?
Fish.
Yeah,
fish. We're gonna
fish.
do fish.
We're gonna eat fish today.
Yeah,
The
let's
menace
let's
of the mackerel.
Let's stick the fish.
I think
yeah.
we're gonna stick to fish.
Fish.
What is consistently funny to me about this, and I'm not laughing at them. They are trying to make this funny in this way, and it lands. And yeah, they land this joke, let's say. Is the menace of holy mackerel. The bizarre menace of this thing blurbling at people never stops being funny. It's funny the first time they do it. They did this thing apparently from 2015 to 2023. That's almost a decade of the same joke, and it is funny every single time. Good for them. I honestly, unironically, hope that the group that put together Holy Mackerel out of this insane church gets back together and does more Holy Mackerel stuff for Catholics. Just don't do it for these insane people that want to assault, gay rights. And guess what, folks who made Holy Mackerel? If those undertones are correct, and you are tempted to swim in gay waters, that's for you to decide if that's for you or not, I guess. But the people outside of that group where you were first making this thing, we don't care. We truly don't care. If you like fellers or ladies, it doesn't matter. We do like your comedy, and I hope you will find the means to make it again. I got to tell you, you don't have a very high production budget. You don't need all the stuff that the church militant gave you. You just go back to the old days. You just need a camera and a can-do attitude and a fish mask to be the fishman. Love it.
But come on, holy mackerel! Look at me, I'm Irish. You're saying I can't have meat on St. Patrick's Day?
So we're orange. That means we can't have meat.
Huh? What? Why is Traverse City not even considered on
broccoli?
this map? Oh boy, I'm not comfortable leaving it on that. Even, yeah, mid Michigan not even considered, and then the whole Upper Peninsula considered Catholic. That's crazy. Dustmite the Boomer. I just woke up to some kind of fever dream. What the? Yeah, holy mackerel. Arguably one of the finest creations of the internet. Absolutely insane backstory to it. Well, where's Elaine Loves Coffee? Eat the fish guy. Oh. Holy mackerel is truly a rare thing. I have to figure out. I'm willing to make the stream worse briefly. For me to find out where the Riverboat Jack the other day got all these vidges. How the hell did she do it? I just assumed she pulled up like Demon Mama's website or whatever but I can't even find that. Demon Mama website. Demon Mama's hub. Oh. I don't know what all these symbols are. Maybe I'll hop on over to her Discord. Obviously, I'm going to accept that invite. Not going to open the Discord app. Going to continue to Discord and see if she's got a playlist there. Sorry, gang. A professional would have done this before the stream. But we do have a good long time. Oh. Click the imp. Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see if somebody points out to me where we can watch all of these. So just to give you just to give you a sense of some of the let me share this. To give you a sense of some of the type of content that Holy Mackerel is, whether it intended to be or not. One of Demon Mama's reviews of it is Holy Mackerel Season 8, gayest season yet? I think identity sort of bleeds onto the page. Ugh. All right, try it again. Holy Mackerel playlist. Please, please, please. The problem is I don't want to watch Demon Mama's coverage of this. I would recommend you watch it if you have an additional 36 hours. But I would very much like to just see this as on its own. It might not be happening because that is the nature of what happens when all this media gets taken off of the internet. That is why Demon Mama had to save it in the first place. Their website went away. And now it is not referenced on Google anymore. Holy Mackerel. We'll tell you what. I will instead play some tea, some dirty gossip. And the reason why is because I think it's pretty adorable that Demon Mama saved these folks. And also, credit where it's due, this gal predicted that this church was going to have a major scandal.
Today, we are diving in together to the new episodes of Holy Mackerel, Season 8 and Season 9. It's about time. We've spent a lot of time reviewing the older seasons, but it's time to move on to the new stuff. But before we can do that, I have some very strange news. Now, those of you who are watching live, we're just doing this all with me, so you'll have to bear with me for a second. This part is for you, my lovely video viewers who are watching on YouTube. Make sure that you're liked and subscribed. Seriously, the likes and subscribes mean the world to me.
Michael
But for
Voris.
you
that's the guy.
YouTube viewers, Holy Mackerel is made by a Catholic cult known as Church Militant. And Church Militant has imploded. And I mean really, really imploded. And so we are at a very strange juncture because it really
I'm gonna make
doesn't
another
look
coffee.
like Church Militant is actually going to continue to operate. And given that Church Militant is the only place that you could watch Holy Mackerel, we might literally be looking at the death of Holy Mackerel. And that makes me really sad. I have been following Holy Mackerel and sharing it with people. As to my knowledge, I'm literally the only person on the entire planet Earth who has ever recorded a series, let alone a single episode of reaction content to Holy Mac.
And just to be clear, I discovered Holy Mackerel and am sincerely a fan of Holy Mackerel because of Demon Mount. A lot of folks would have you believe that progressives are out to get you. But let me tell you, progressives are here to help no matter who you are.
am literally the Holy Mackerel's biggest fan, and my audience is the fan base for Holy Mackerel. We get hundreds of people. There are like 460 people right now about to watch these episodes of Holy Mackerel. We are the fan base, and Holy Mackerel might be over, which is why I've devised a plan to save Holy Mackerel. I am going to reach out to the creators of Holy Mackerel, and I am going to offer to purchase the IP before Church Militant completely goes under. Now, it's possible they will refuse. It's possible that they won't be interested because they will discriminate against me for being a gay, transsexual, atheist, leftist YouTuber. They might do those things, but they also might not, because the truth of the matter is we have lovingly watched Holy Mackerel despite our religious and political differences. And they might be open to it because I think they can tell that we're true fans. In fact, we have some reason to believe that they may have even watched our reactions and put references into the videos referring to the critiques that we made and the jokes that we made about their show. Now, we don't know for sure if that's the case. It could just be chance, but it certainly seems like they may have done that. So, I don't know how this is going to go, but I hope that you will support me in my goal of attaining the rights to Holy Mackerel and saving Holy Mackerel. I have already made, thanks to some wonderful people in my community, a emergency historical purposes only backup of every episode of Holy Mackerel. We have a secure backup of and a redundant backup of all of the episodes, because I genuinely believe that the Church Militant website is very likely to go down in the near future. And I didn't want this to be lost. So we have archived every episode of Holy Mackerel that has ever been made. And I'm hoping that that shows just how much I care about Holy Mackerel and how much I genuinely enjoy this show. With all of that said, I figured we should make it clear that we might be watching the last episodes of Holy Mackerel ever made. It is possible that they say no. It is possible that they never make another episode again now that the cult is collapsing. That would be very sad to me. Not that the cult is collapsing, because the cult is terrible, and I should be clear about that. The group that the group that operates Holy Mackerel, even though Holy Mackerel doesn't really dive into it very often, the group that operates Holy Mackerel are really horrible to gay people, like really horrible to gay people, because of religious reasons. So I'm not super sad about the cult going under at all, but I am sad that it might bring down Holy Mackerel with it. Anyway, with all of that said, that was a bit of a wind-up. Let's watch some Holy Mackerel episodes. Let's try to laugh, shall we? Because there's a lot we haven't seen. Our last time that we watched Holy Mackerel, we watched the episode, Despite Its Power, It Cannot Save, in which Holy Mackerel was working out, trying to be able to learn how to get buff. He wanted to get swole, and he was being trained by a brand new character, the Strong Horse. Strong Horse is, of course, a horse, and he's really strong. And there was an arm wrestling match, and it was very homoerotic. Oh my God, Milo Yiannopoulos is in this episode. What the fuck? What the fuck? I told you guys waiting through would be worth it. Oh no!
Remember, it's Friday. No meat.
Thanks, Milo. I totally forgot.
Oh my God! Of course, Milo's going for the meat on Fridays, and he has a secret stash of meat. I can't believe it. What the fuck? This is incredible. I wanted cock, and all I got was this cod.
I have to pause. It's effing wild this is. So there we are. So first of all, if you're in the horizontal chat, that's where we're going to be doing the majority of the audience interaction. If you're joining us in the vertical chat, gotta ask you, please be polite, etc., etc. I don't want to rely entirely on Demon Mama's reaction. I want to... Oh, effing Milo Yiannopoulos in the background. I want to watch some of these episodes just by ourselves. But I do want to give this gal her what do you call it? Her laurels, her praise. Elaine loves coffee. I need to scoot for a bit. I hope I make it back in a bit. I have some things to do. Well, I hope to see you soon, Elaine loves coffee. Enjoy running errands. But yes, let's just enjoy Demon Mama's reaction to the most sexual tension I have ever seen between a fish and a man on screen. And the puns about being tempted by meat. I think I just now got it.
Mackerel. Holy mackerel! I see you found my stash of King's jerky treats.
Just for those who appreciate suits, when you wear a suit, you unbutton it before you sit down. When you have a suit jacket, it's meant you unbutton it before you sit down and you button it when you stand up. And the reason is so that our fat fucking stomachs don't push on the suit button and stretch out the jacket. That's why. Because it should be cut so that it rests against your body gently when you're standing. But when you're sitting, and you know it's 2026, so we're all fat. When you're sitting, your stomach pushes at the button. So that's why you unbutton it. Okay. You will see amateurish suit wearers fail to do that. And now you know that that's what you should do.
Yes, I know. 12:51.
Oh my God! And yes, no wait, is this Michael's
Picard
office? It
maneuver
does look
indeed.
like it. Did it say that it was Michael's office? He was about to eat Michael's meat on Friday. Holy shit!
Now look,
Also-
you might when the first time around when she was saying all this stuff, about Yiannopoulos and Michael Voris. I thought she was just being gossipy. I thought she was exaggerating in, in order to, basically have something to talk about. No, she was 100% correct. She was 100% correct. And after seeing more of how, if I'm honest with you, how the far right enjoys like mocking their audience, and I don't think this is cool. I don't think it's okay, but it's something they do. After seeing more of how the far right enjoys taunting their audience with the nearness of the truth, I can absolutely see Milo Yiannopoulos working in all those gay jokes to the script, specifically, or just agreeing to go along with all these gay jokes, specifically because they enjoy mocking the people they rely on. I don't know why they do that. And if you want more examples of what I'm talking about, think Trump having a Great Gatsby party on New Year's. Y'all remember that? It's pretty on the nose. Think about Trump also having that dog mask party at Mar-a-Lago. Trump destroying the East Wing of the White House. Trump saying, "We love the uneducated." They seem, I don't know why, man. I don't know why you wouldn't be grateful to the people that fall for your scams and therefore leave you in power, but they're not. They like mocking them because I think maybe they're sadists. But anyway, Demon Mama was 100% correct, because that dude has sex with Michael Voris. And as a result, that whole hate group goes away. I can talk about this in a lighthearted manner because the church militant collapsed. They are no longer plaguing Michigan. And they collapsed because that pudgy twink seduced Michael Voris, or was seduced by, or, they simply, they just had sex. If Michael Voris and his wife simply were honest with each other and had an arrangement, or if Michael Voris, wasn't married in the first place, there would be nothing wrong with him banging that British twink. But he preached hate about specifically the kind of sex he enjoys, because he couldn't just I don't know, be cool.
Okay, listen. Milo, rotten piece of shit, okay? I don't want to give him any credit, except for I am going to give him a small bit of credit, which is that he's actually committing to this bit, and it's actually incredible to see him actually commit to this.
Yes. Reference frame. It is exactly like the wild magic table. Like when you Milo's chaotic energy accidentally worked out well. Yeah, there's just eventually somebody smarter than me will figure out why this is such a thing. I gotta tell you though, if you and there's it looks like it's not happening right now. Maybe it'll happen later. On the off chance that there is a right-wing person watching, and you know what, you guys, please try to pass this message along to right-wingers, because I think they need to hear it. If you find that you're thinking about gay sex a lot, but you don't want to be thinking about gay sex a lot, maybe that is your culture. Maybe that is because you are immersing yourself in a culture that concerns itself with what other people are doing all the time and asks you to think about it. I think that if you spent less time worrying about whether or not you personally had gay tendencies. You would actually have less. I think even if you engaged in a little bit of gay behavior, if you made out with a guy, for example, you would be less tempted to experience gay things. You'd be less tempted by it. And the simple reality is reality. I think number one, you would get a better sense of the sort of fellas you'd pull if you were a gay. Number two, you might not enjoy the sensation of kissing a guy. You might not enjoy the physical, the mechanical sensation of another dude's body. And you might discover that when you attempt to kiss a guy. I'm telling you this stuff because the amount of paranoia, the amount that supposedly heterosexual right wingers think about gay sex is staggering. It's a staggering amount of gay sex you think about and you concern yourself with and you ruminate on. And I just think that what it comes down to is you're worried that you don't hate it. You're worried that when you imagine it, it doesn't repulse you, and maybe sometimes it even titillates you a little bit. If that's what's going on, I gotta tell you, you truly might not be gay. What might be happening is you're just normal. And the idea of people having sex is not inherently repulsive to you, because why would it be? Even if you're not attracted to them, you don't need to be repulsed by other people having a good time. And if it titillates you a little bit, that's because it's sex. It's just sex. Sometimes you develop a sexual kink simply because you're thinking about something all the time. I literally think your hatred of gays makes you gayer. I think you constantly think about dudes having sex or ladies having sex with each other, and then you tell yourself it was bad to think about that, and then you tell yourself you're going to go masturbate while thinking about something else. But little flashes of what you're trying not to think about work their way in there, and eventually it becomes paranoia and yada, yada, yada. I just think it's some psychosexual stuff, man. But I also want to tell you, you're probably not as gay as they are trying to convince you are. You're probably just a normal dude or a normal lady. And, gay people are normal, but you're probably just the regular amount of whatever you're supposed to be, whatever the Lord has decided you are. And it feels off because somebody who couldn't let it go for other people is demanding that you think about it all the time. Just a PSA in case we're reaching anybody who's out there. And Natchikid, I'm sorry, it's a weird thing to walk back on, but I walk back into. Just realized what we're talking about. I could pick my words better. Welcome back. But yeah, I don't know what to tell you other than that. Potential right wingers who are listening, they're asking you to think about gay sex so much that I don't know how it's doing anything but messing with your head a little bit. All right.
Do you guys remember recently there was that Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubin postmodernist drinking song, and it absolutely sucked? It was terrible, just unfunny garbage. Really high production value. They had like puppets and special effects and animations and everything, but it was garbage. And it's because they don't have the ability to commit to the bit. Right now, Milo Yiannopoulos is having the time of his life being an absolute queen.
That's true. Honestly, if Milo Yiannopoulos existed in another era, like Milo Yiannopoulos in the 90s would have been a ball. He would have been absolutely great. He's a heartless effing creature, Milo Yiannopoulos. He is a really cruel man, but he's funny. And it would have been if there were lower stakes in this world, it would have been nice to see what he could have done.
Just literally playing a Bond villain for this silly goof crap. And look at him. I just gotta say, that's the only thing I'll ever give to Milo.
All meat is to be abstained from on Fridays. I know.
Whoa, why are we getting... Holy shit. Why do we have subtitles for Holy Mackerel? What?
Yeah,
What is going on here?
Little development.
What is this?
It's not easy, you know. You know how hard it is coming back to the faith after all these years? And I get here to Ferndale, Michigan. It's bad enough being Michael Voris's special helper.
Okay,
they played that on the internet for the whole church to see. Their whole entire church full of gay haters. Famously promiscuous Milo Yiannopoulos running around that office saying Michael Voris's special little helper. Wow.
I actually feel bad now. I genuinely feel horrible. And you want to know why I feel horrible? Because we didn't watch these episodes when they came out, and this episode is made for us. There is no way they are not onto us! And we didn't watch it because I was busy with life!
She's convinced that they know she watches them, and she's not crazy for that because they actually did have some interactions. Her and the creators of this at some point in this timeline actually did have some interactions. So they literally might have done that just to bait her or whatever. But nonetheless, the fact that they are playing around with the fact that they're playing around with Michael Voris's affair with Milo Yiannopoulos, knowing damn well that could bring the whole thing down, is insane. What a weird world we live in. This happened in my state. God damn, it happened in my state. And I was not aware of it till right at the end because of what a weird world we live in. Demon Mama seems super chill. She is. Her streams are not, sorry, Demon Mama, but not normally to my taste. She does very long streams and she covers internet drama, and that's just not my thing. But she's a lot of fun. And she did, I think, she did a real solid for the left and for all, frankly, all people by saving this holy mackerel stuff. She did what I call, and I suppose the Jews have started using this term as well, a mitzvah. She did a kind thing for somebody. Yeah. HBX, this is the hottest goss. This is goss that destroyed a bigoted organization, berid my state of the church militant, ended a sketch comedy show. It's crazy. Milo Yiannopoulos and Michael Voris had an affair, and it ended a church. Wicked Foxy Dragon, great to see you, my friend. So early. It is indeed. It is indeed. But that's over in Vegas times too. You're get your coffee because we're covering holy mackerel. Foxy, to catch you up very briefly, let me try to summarize this in 20 seconds. A church in very progressive and well-to-do Ferndale, Michigan, turned out to be the Church Militant, a radical Catholic hate group that the Southern Poverty Law Center tracks. So radical they were excommunicated by the church. That church collapsed because its leader had an affair with Milo Yiannopoulos, the far-right hate monger. And as that church was collapsing, a progressive streamer named Demon Mama, who had fallen in love with their sketch comedy group, Holy Mackerel, swooped in and saved all the Holy Mackerel videos. Now, unfortunately, I can't find where she's archived them, like Riverboat Jack was able to. But I'll tell you what, we have Demon Mama streams, so we're going to play that. Yeah, I can see why they collapsed and were excommunicated. It's just so insane. Oh, yeah, and she was reacting that way because Milo Yiannopoulos, in a video that took place before the collapse of the church, before it was discovered that these folks were banging, which, by the way, a court transcript is how this happened. There's so much to the story. I'll read an article after this video. There's so much to the story. But in a video that was released by the Church Militant, the character Milo Yiannopoulos, played by actual Milo Yiannopoulos, just called himself the church leader's special friend. Wink, wink. His special friend.
His inspiration. His guidance. Do you have any idea what that's like? And then I come in and I see her. She's like an angel. It's like a ray of light illuminating everywhere she steps. Christine Niles. What else am I supposed to do? Is a little treat really so terrible?
A little treat of
You may have
meat.
found joy in this life, holy mackerel. But have you found my other secret stash?
I love it. It's literally labeled other stash. This is legendary.
They are funny.
Or my other secret stash. The other one.
She does. I genuinely like it. I think they are funny. I think this is like honestly Naked Gun style humor. It's not as raunchy, but it is the same basic style of humor. Oh,
I may have underestimated you, holy mackerel, and that is why.
Wait a minute. I know why they did subtitles for this episode. It's because with Milo Yiannopoulos being in the episode, they knew a lot of people who'd never seen the show before were going to watch it. So they would be like, "What's with the bubbling?" So they put I figured it out.
I have established an elaborate plan. A trap for a fish like you.
Aren't these the exact? Holy shit! This guy's shoes are so over the top. They're incredible. They're actually. I love those shoes. That's actually crazy. That is the most psychotic shoe I've ever seen. I'm impressed.
No, Mr. Mackerel. I expect to dine. And while that laser is inching its way toward you, let me tell you of my villainous plan. This place, this decrepit place, soon it will no longer be known as Church Militant. It will be known as Church Milotant. All of my plans will come to fruition, and Christine Niles will be mine. Well, yes, it is.
He's getting attacked by pussy. Oh my fucking god! How?
Oh, I missed that.
No! What is this shit? Am I going insane? I'm actually going insane.
So look, the puns are intentional. There's too many for them not to be intentional, right? Yeah, exactly, Nagicate. The layers. The layers. Oh my word. Yes. I'm unashamed to say anytime Demon Mama or really anybody does a Holy Mackerel marathon, I watch it. I want to watch all these from beginning to end. If you're in the Discord, by the by, if you're in the Discord and you can somehow find the archive for this, I thought I had it until I went live, and then I saw I just had Demon Mama's playlist of reaction content. But if you can find where she's got it, do tell me. At least he wasn't attacking pussy. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it.
But how did you?
No day to die. Look at the production value. With the fish. Hell yeah. Unironically, gang, like with Fight Night, etc., this is the kind of thing I wish I could make. I wish I could make something as genuinely fun as Holy Mackerel. I get too bogged down in my actual politics. Oh, yes, gentlemen, yes. How the did you find that? I'm in the Discord. Hold up, I'm in the Discord. I'm in memes. There you are. Torture spaghetti. News and politics. There's Nina. Damn it. We're so doing this, gentlemen. And you are gonna get the 50 Jake bucks. This space Discord. Yeah, of course. Damn it. There you go. My man. Oh my god. Yes. Oh. Oh, there it all is. One max smack. A lone shark. Oh my god. We're watching it, gang. We're gonna watch the whole thing. I think that's enough of Demon. I mean, we'll get here again today. We'll get back to the Milo Yiannopoulos episodes. Jettamend, we're gonna have to do something special for you for finding this. Thank you. Cause I'm saving this. By the way, I'm saving this website to my my bookmarks because I was scared that for a moment in my life I could not access this beautiful playlist. Oh. All right, gang. So we're gonna start. This better not be a pump and dump scheme. I hope not. I hope not. I think he's got it though. This looks accurate. I am going to now give you the summary. This begins in 2015. It is from so there's a hate church in Ferndale, Michigan, and they start like a news program because they want to do propaganda on the internet. Not unlike the folks that do the Dr. Dino thing, the ham and egg news, and other militant church organizations. But the church militant has two messages in the world. Thing number one, homosexuality is bad. I disagree. Thing number two, it is against the Lord's wishes to eat meat on Friday. I also disagree, but I have no problem with people that agree to that. And so they have Michael Voris doing a news adjacent looking program where they talk about how being gay is bad, how you should conspire to harm the queer community, yada, yada, yada. Really just nightmare stuff. The kind of stuff we're not going to play here today because it's a bummer. It's just a bummer. But then they let a couple of kids, a group of plucky church militant members, make PSAs called Holy Mackerel. And that becomes the best thing that church militant ever did. The most fun thing, the most effective for even spreading church propaganda. It makes me not want to eat meat on Fridays. I don't eat meat any day of the week, but especially not on Fridays, because Holy Mackerel wouldn't like it. I paid for my pep law degree with Jake Bucks. Yeah, that is one of the places you can spend Jake Bucks, is at PEP accredited institutions. I don't know why a loan shark would be the first one. This is theme, Way of the Mackerel karaoke. Oh. All right. Yeah, under comedy. Let's see. Yeah, you can see. This is under. Hey, what's up, Matt Strack? Behind the letter hack. Buckle up. Because as I figure this out, you are going to see one of the finest things the internet's ever made. Episode 1, Random Friday during Lent. Here we go. 30 seconds, not a mistake. We're going to see this whole thing in its glory. Oh, he does make suspenders work. All right, episode 2.
You know it's Friday, right?
Oh, meh, no biggie.
The ominous gloves. Episode 3, ripping through season 1.
Can I get a double bacon cheeseburger and a large fry? On second thought, could you give me just scrap that fish sandwich? Give me a fish sandwich, please.
What do you like, surprise with that?
Genuinely good sense of comedic timing, right? Genuinely a lot of fun. Hours of cleanup for that. Indeed. Indeed. Yes! Magic laughing my ass off. Okay, they're good, I'll admit it. I'm telling you, if they could just let go of the hate, they actually have a career in this. This was just, it started off as just some Michigan kids. Really misguided, part of a hate cult, Michigan kids, but just you enjoyed making little PSAs. And oh, did it bloom.
Dad, it's Friday.
Oh, that's the most Michigan.
You'll eat what I give you.
I'm just impressed that they're willing to sacrifice a grill. Little traitor.
Thanks for joining us on today's download. Have a good weekend. God love you.
I'm starving.
Just because it really can't be brought up enough, this adorable thing you're about to see is presumably set after one of their hate broadcasts, and all of the folks up there just got done telling America how the gays are evil. So weird.
Any ideas for lunch?
I need to get something.
Oh,
Haven't eaten
steak and
since
shakes?
yesterday.
Steak and shake?
Oh, steak sounds
This
good.
is a bug.
I do have to say also, this is a bit of a coup for me personally, because I used to work with news folks and they sat at desks like that, looking just like that. And I was in the digital department and I was doing the kind of crap that they did. And it's a big deal when the news folks are willing to support your little online grow the audience thing. So I'm just happy for it. Get a mackerel.
So fish sandwiches?
Fish,
Fish!
fish,
Fish!
fish.
No
Yeah,
meat.
fish.
No meat. That's a good idea. I like it.
What one are we even on?
What's going on, man? How was work?
Here you meet.
It's over next week, man. It's not a big deal.
Aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
Holy mackerel.
That stupid fish? He attacks people at the studio. I'm in my own home right now. Catch him.
Ah, Jesus.
Sirloin beef patties. Enjoying the comfort of my own home.
You won't let your skins up. You won't let it happen. What's this? Plot? This gentleman in the background, right, Chomp, over Holy Mackerel's shoulder, will eventually be tempted by the hyper-capitalist ways of Loan Shark, the usury of Loan Shark. But don't worry, I assure you, he will eventually find his way again. The side characters start getting plots in this thing. Very Michigan party with the jackets. Oh, great shot. Oh. On a side note, it is very strange to me that fish does not count as meat. Yeah, it is so. That's a lot of food wasted. I'll acknowledge that. What did the salad come on? I do know that the Little Caesars pizza box was right on point. It was too blue. Well done. Well done, you monsters. All right, let's enjoy more holy mackerel.
Oh man, I have leftover steak for lunch.
It's Friday.
I can't let it go to waste.
Oh, it includes the soundtrack. You told me already. God.
Give me my steak! Oh, it's mine!
Oh. All right, now I'm gonna need, by the way, the homosexuals or those who are familiar with the homosexual culture to call out some of the things that take place in this, because I have to say, Demon Mama was able to pick up on subtext that later becomes like increasingly obvious right away, and I missed it, and I don't fully grasp. A lot of human interaction I don't fully understand, but if you see something that you're like, it's very odd for an anti-gay organization to be doing, do tell me. Yeah, we can feel a lot better. Like, we don't have to worry about that supporting this is going to harm people, because they did fall apart, and they fell apart in the funniest possible way. Through a torrid affair between two of the worst human beings. So why are we laughing at this? Great question, HBX. They are serious about their anti-gay message, and I don't like that, and I'm not okay with that. However, the thing with the fish, that's what holy mackerel's about. It's really about not eating fish on Fridays. And that's fine, because it's not, even if that's not your religion, it's not my religion. But they're just funny church PSAs. And eventually it winds up having a strong anti-capitalist message, even though I don't think they're fully aware of it either. Because you start to see what is happening behind the scenes at the church through the sketch comedy of Holy Mackerel. So, in short, I don't think viewing this hurts anybody. I don't think if these folks were to go on, like the people that did Holy Mackerel, not the church militant, but the people that did Holy Mackerel, were to go on making stuff, that it would be bad for the world. I think it would be fine. I think it's just weird that this flower of a sketch comedy show, which is, for their intentional writing, B+ comedy, and then for their unintentional including of church scandals in the show, A+ comedy. But I think it's good for us not only to support things on general principle, but to be seen supporting things on general principle, and to be seen giving a shit about the culture of folks that we are constantly told we're supposed to be enemies with. I think that's healthy and good. But you're right. Like as other folks have said, the reason it doesn't hurt to laugh at this is they're totally out of power now. They are totally defanged, and you will see why throughout the course of this marathon, because they are an anti-gay hate group that is run by a man that cannot stop banging Milo Yiannopoulos. Sorry, it just also, of all the dudes to toss away your cult over, of all the dudes to lose your cult over, Milo Yiannopoulos? I know some Michigan gays. I know some gays in the area who are way hotter than Milo Yiannopoulos, like by a country mile. You throw it all away for Milo? I saw Michael Voris. He's a pretty in-shape dude. He could pull some ass. Oh, well, let's get back to the thing. Now the only thing that's going to be clipped from this is me saying, I've seen Michael Voris. He's an in-shape dude. He could pull some ass. That's going to be the only takeaway now.
Oh, man.
Oh. Where are they getting all these fish from? Probably just the store. Ugh.
Ay, Dios, ayúdame.
Look, it's fish. I got a fish sandwich. I ordered fish.
The tension. Such a good time. Poster of a cardinal. Love it. Boy, the ADD leg bounce if I've ever seen it. Madness.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, it's you. What? It's 6 o'clock. So technically it's Saturday. Oh, come on. Listen, I'll say an extra rosary. It's a feast day. Yes, sir. It's a feast day. Let's see which one it is. Oh,
whoa. Oh no. You can see them get better. Also, I want to point out every time it fades to black and comes back. What are we on right now? I can't even tell. We're on episode 19. So that's 19 weeks of their life, I think, that's gone by. Every time one of these things plays, these cats have had a week go by, and they're getting better and better. Their camera work improves, their editing improves, their comedic timing improves. My God, you see them develop a skill. It's something to see. Real quick, pausing the show for a moment, because I should do this every hour, and I missed it last hour. This is the Wicked Cookout. We are participating in a day of rest. We are on a Friday observing a day of rest and mourning and solidarity with folks in Minnesota. We are doing this to deny the man the profit of our labor, because they are using that to assault our brothers and sisters within the country. within the borders of this country. We won't allow it anymore. And so we are taking a day off, and the Wicked Cookout is here to entertain you with the practices of another group of folks called Catholics, or in this case, ex-Catholics, because they got excommunicated. But holy mackerel, I thought you might enjoy watching these folks develop their skills as entertainers and then have their entire church collapse in a gay affair scandal. What a world.
No.
Yes! Get his ass, mackerel. There is something slightly gay about this, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, Pinkerville. Correct, Mexican. Yeah, I do allow Sam Peter to use the studio. And because they are live today, because Majority Report's live today, I actually had to pre-record all this stuff. So I just had to go through and guess what you'd be saying. And so far, I think I've done a pretty good job. Natchkit, I assume, says they're definitely hiring people. No way all the actors and editors are part of the cult. They are. These were all folks from within this group. You'll see them repeated over and over in the background of shots. This is just folks like that went from amateur to, I would say, semi-pro at least. It's a hell of a thing. But yes, I had to pre-record what you're seeing now. I know it seems like it's live, but I'm just that good. I know the audience that well because I'm allowing the Majority Report to use the studio now. After the Majority Report's done, I will return my studio and we'll go back to being live, and I won't have to guess at what you are saying. Oh, to answer Jennifer Coolidge. Well. Thank you for showing up. That's a huge thrill. And to answer her question, about 6 inches, but curved. All right. Here's more holy mackerel.
Marcus! Marcus!
Oh.
Hi, Daddy, bite. Oh! Come on, Joe, I got a burger! Sorry, Daddy, a little busy.
Come on, I got a burger here. A meat burger.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Vortex, where lies and falsehoods are trapped.
Okay, so it's not just me, because for a moment I was thinking there is something about that hot dog flopping around. But again, I'm on this watch through. The last time I watched it was with Demon Mama. So on this watch through, I'm like hyper aware of things. But if it's not just me, okay, that might be a thing. The way that fella was flopping around that hot dog. Yeah. He was listening to Friday by Rebecca Black. Wow, this series has depth. How did I not gather that? You're right. It's Friday, hence the fish. Oy. Yes, the door was open for the guy in the studio. Incidentally, the guy in the studio who seems so sweet and approachable, Michael Voris, hate preacher, whose whole church is about to collapse because in what was it, 7 years, because he's going to have sex with Milo Yiannopoulos.
And exposed, I'm Michael Voris. It's time for Catholics to take Lent seriously.
Hey, that was great comedic timing. They're very good at holding a still shot and priming the moment with tension.
Stop. One more step. I'll eat it. I'll do it. I'll eat it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll eat this thing. I'll do
There
it.
is something about the way that
I'll eat
gentleman's
it.
holding that.
I will.
What? Forgot he had laser eyes. Or mouth? I don't really know. I mean, look at the extra work they did. If you can see it down there, they then took the time to burn the hot dog and bun. Just phenomenal.
Oh man, that was a stressful week. I'm glad it's over. You guys want to do anything?
That last dude will also have a run-in with Lone Shark that I'm looking forward to.
You know what I heard? I heard that if you try to eat meat on Fridays, that fish guy, what's his name? Holy Mackerel will show up.
Yeah, actually, I'm not really too sure. Charlie?
You guys have like short-term memory or something? Just last week, Holy Mackerel chased Joe Gallagher through the whole studio. You guys forget about that? Caused a whole mess?
Gosh!
You know what? One of you eat this, okay? I dare one of you to eat this. And we'll see if Holy Mackerel appears and gets you.
Why don't you eat it?
I'm with Monica. You eat it.
But I asked you guys to eat it first.
What, are you scared? Are you a chicken?
I'm
I'm on his side here. Now he was saying, "I dare you to eat it" because I think Holy Mackerel's going to show up. What are you turning around on him for?
I'm not scared, guys.
Look at Volition here.
We're waiting. Eat up.
Also, don't eat it. Are you more afraid of Holy Mackerel or the Lord Jesus Christ? Come on, you're supposed to be Catholics here. I hope you all are having a good Friday. Oh, this guy has a great, I'm delighted that I'm about to eat meat face. I was gonna say production dip, but the side pan sold me. Yeah, there is some learning curves though. Pinkerbell. So wait, that means Milo's Catholic grifter arc isn't a new low; it's a return to form. Yeah, dude, Milo Yiannopoulos is like a demon of the internet. I mean, this dude turns up anywhere he thinks he can fleece people out of some money, some clicks, and he is happy to ruin a dude's whole life over it. He is absolutely willing to just tear down the. I mean, he accidentally did some real good in this world. I see. It's hard for me to be angry at Milo Yiannopoulos for as evil as the guy is, because due to his throwing of the ass around Ferndale, Michigan, he somehow destroyed an entire hate group. Again, these folks were listed by the Southern Poverty Law Center as a hate group. They believed in restricting queer rights by any means necessary. Evil, like truly evil intentions. Gone because Milo Yiannopoulos had some real sexual tension on air with Michael Voris, and then off air apparently gave him the night of his life. Women should be able to eat meat on Fridays. I think if you eat meat, you should. I don't personally suspect that God cares about the day of the week, but maybe, I don't eat meat at all, so who knows? Last I saw him was on Dim Tool. Yeah. Chaos Demon. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Let's get some more holy mackerel. I love this guy is the perfect. The guy at the end is the perfect holy mackerel victim. Big dumb smile. Gonna have a big reaction. I love it.
What? It's the octave of Easter. I can eat meat now.
The octave of Easter. Holy cow.
Hey, Rodney, it's Friday. You can't eat meat. Oh.
We have a new character. For those Fridays that it's okay to eat meat, they have a mascot for that. I find that adorable. And great punnery. Dude, it's so weird that they had a sign right outside the church. Again, imagine if there was an anti-gay hate church in San Francisco. It's about that to have such a thing in Ferndale, Michigan. And as a person who drives through Ferndale, Michigan with some regularity, I can tell you exactly how that happens. As we are driving past, we look, say, out the driver's side window, and we see a sign like that hanging outside of a building, and it says, church militant, or first militant church of whatever, or churchy, the church of Churchington. We see that and we think nothing. We just think, oh, there's a church. I have no problem with people who believe in God. That's what we think. At no point do we see a sign advertising a church and think, oh, they're trying to hunt my friends and family. Because why would you? So weird. Is Ferndale the gayborhood? Yes. Ferndale is within Michigan. It is a famously gay town. It is very gay friendly. They do a parade every Pride in Ferndale. It's so weird that this church was specifically right in the heart of arguably the gayest spot in Michigan. Ann Arbor might be equally gay friendly just for its general voting populace. But to actually, in terms of number of gay folks present and accounted for, Ferndale's like tippity top in Michigan. It's bizarre that this freaking thing was there. And again, I'm a Michigan resident, a Southeast Michigan resident, who goes to Ferndale with some frequency because they have street fairs. They have, they do like fancy musical performances there. If like when Wynton Marsalis came to Michigan, he stopped by Ferndale because they have like historic bars or whatever that like were fancy in the or used to be a speakeasy in the Depression or whatever. So the point is, it's like if it happened here, I'm just going to imagine there is a hate cult like under every rock in every town because it's so out of place. The least expected thing I would have imagined. What is this show we are watching and what is real life we are talking about here? It becomes harder and harder to differentiate because the actual scandal that actually kills this actual hate group church is played out on air and in sketch form in this thing. They do know how to party. 100%. The reference frame says, as weird as the coronavirus Wuhan research lab being in an area with a high prevalence natural coronavirus basin. I mean, maybe. I guess I see your logic. If you are trying to study COVID, you would go to the place where COVID can exist naturally, because at the very least, you don't have to temperature control your labs to artificially create the environment, I suppose. In the same way, I guess if you're an anti-gay hate group, you'd go to the heart of it so you could study people. I think the real reason is all these folks were not reformed gays. All these folks were telling each other that they were no longer doing gay stuff, and then they were on Grindr. I think they just learned to ignore each other's screen names on Grindr. Yeah. Oh my God, Dachikit, that's perfectly put. The area is so gay, even the hate cults make good art. That is absolutely it exactly. 100%. Yeah, so Carly wins. So the people who did this video are the hate church. Yes. Yes, they are. And we don't have to feel bad about enjoying what I believe is genuinely good content when they stick to you'll see. It's genuinely good. We don't have to feel bad about enjoying it because their church is no more because the leader had sex with Milo Yiannopoulos. It's a weird world. It's an impossible story. And by the way, we only have access to this footage because a progressive streamer named Demon Mama, number one, fell in love with this story, fell in love with the sketch comedy series. Number two, realized that the church was going to collapse because the leader was having sex with Milo Yiannopoulos. She knew this was happening before the story broke. We eventually find out that it happened because of a lawsuit in court. I will show you that later. And number three, took the time to save all of these videos. We only have these because a progressive streamer went out of her way to rescue this content. What a hero. This is a mitzvah that progressives did for some very conservative creators, and we don't have to fear those conservative creators anymore because their hate group collapsed because they couldn't stop sucking each other's dicks. Which we don't have a problem with the dick sucking part. They have a problem with that.
Ah, finally, a clean kitchen. If I have to clean up one more burger patty, it's going to be fish sticks for lunch.
Fish?
Here's your supper, pet. Gary Michael Voris, eat your fish.
I hate fish.
No, don't do it. Just eat the carrot. Just raw dog the carrot. What are you doing?
Holy mackerel, to my office now.
Oh, good morning, Holy. Have a seat. All right, this is one of those conversations that's really not pleasant, but we just...
The fact that he's got a Subway there says so much. Ooh, Michael Voris, you're sinning. Yeah, I do think there is some of this subtext, Foxy. I do think they use animals to stand in for some of the things that they mean to say. like holy mackerel's going around and all these fellas and ladies, ooh, they want to eat meat. Ooh, they really want to eat that hot dog. Really want to eat that hot dog. I want to eat that hamburger. And holy mackerel say you can't. Religion says you can't. You gotta eat this fish. And I gotta tell you, some of us enjoy fish just fine. Some of us quite enjoy it. But for some people, apparently, it's work. For some people, apparently, it's a big deal. It's some weird stuff. I mean, Foxy, you picked up on it too. I did not get it the first time. Demon Mama had to explain it to me like word for word. Boy. Oh yeah, I'm shocked no one said the fish sticks joke yet. Wild. Let's enjoy. Imagine being so scared of you create a whole religious dogma around it. Yeah, sincerely. Come on. Reference frame. This gets so weird. We are just approaching their first attempt at a long plot, and I got to tell you, they're good at long plots. They're good at it. It gets wild. I hope some friends are joining us from outside our normal group, but I have a feeling that today on the Wicked Cookout, it's just going to be us, gang. So let's enjoy Holy Mackerel, because I'm going to reference this all the time, and I hope you guys get these jokes when I'm talking about them.
Just need to have this. Look, I know you have good intentions. I know you don't want people eating meat on Fridays during Lent, but it's your methods. You know, you somehow got in your head this idea that you can go around and, you know, knock food out of people's hands, and, you know,
Yes.
you just can't do it. You have to send hamburgers flying all over the place and hot dogs and turning tables over. You can't do any of this. And, you know, it's become a problem, and it's become a problem because it's now landed on my desk. When it lands on my desk, I have to deal with it. So we're pretty capable of sort of policing ourselves around here. We don't need you running around sort of making sure that things, you know, everybody's doing the right job. So, Holy, what I'm trying to tell you is you're fired. Yeah, sorry. Turn in your keys. Let's go.
Man who needs cookies says, I love to be used as a human toilet. Let me tell you where you would have fit right in. Church militant. Boy. Well, no, actually, I just realized that you seem comfortable with your sexuality, so never mind. But hey, look, if you're honest about yourself, you're welcome here, certainly. So, Mazel tov. Holy layoff, Batman. Yeah. They've kicked out Holy Mackerel from the church militant. How will they? Yeah, exactly, man. How will they survive? How will they survive? How will Mackerel survive? Is he cut out for a world outside of the church militant? Let's see. And was that a tuna sandwich? Carbide Tinkerbell? I don't think so. And his roommate, of course. Loan Shark Loans Incorporated. Can I just look at their prop work? They even printed out a little thing to fit inside that envelope. They stamped it past due. There's a pun in it. Loan Shark Loans. Ah, the sad piano music. Yeah. Oh my word. Love it. Gotta find employment, buddy. Uh-oh. They're playing a sad version of the song. Right. Running low on roommate food. Oh. And the sinning. The sinning. Ugh. A double cheeseburger. How dare you? a lady enjoying a hot dog without being shamed about it. Oh, I'm gonna try not to appreciate that too much, 'cause these are, again, all extraordinarily bigoted people, but they are funny. Oh, look at him chop into that. Lordy Lou. Oh, devastating. Oh, next Friday, of course. Can you imagine being in the church militant and having that roll out? Damn, that excites you? Then my homeschool program would blow your mind. Oi. Probably. Your old pal is out of the loop with such things. Can you imagine being part of that program or part of that church and having your announcements about not eating meat on Fridays go from 30-second spots to a multi-minute webisode that has a cliffhanger that you actually find yourself somewhat interested in? I'm genuinely proud of him, even if we're on the opposite sides of a rather serious battle. I'm proud of him. Fired Fish. Episode 2 of this arc. WW.
Forgive me, Father.
HMG.
I have sinned. I ate meat on Friday. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Okay. Anything else?
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been a
Lot of
week since
sinning.
my last confession.
It's been 2 weeks since my last confession.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
It's been 45 minutes since my last confession.
This Friday for breakfast, I had chicken.
I had a Whataburger cheeseburger on Friday, even though it's a Friday during Lent.
No. This line throws me off. Now, we know these are Michiganders. How the hell did he have a Whataburger? There's no Whataburger around here. Where was this guy traveling? Sorry, that's just an anachronism or a thing that's out of place. Dude, I ain't standing in line to tell my secrets to some dude in a box. I would like, though, some manner of atheist confession. I would like something like that for the non-believers, because I think it's got to be healthy at some point. He got it at DFW Airport. There you go. There you go. No Lent on vacay. I don't know that that's true. Jesus couldn't take a vacation from dying for our sins. I don't know that that's true. I feel like I've seen this girl in other things. You know what? Yeah, actually, her face does seem familiar, and I can't place it. Good on you. Let's keep this going. We'll do a top of the hour check it again.
I ate meatloaf on Friday.
I had with my
Sinning.
waffles. It just felt like the perfect combination.
I just couldn't help it. It was my mother's, and it was my favorite.
I had a French onion soup on Friday,
Black.
and I didn't realize until afterwards that it may have been a beef broth.
After that, for lunch, I had pizza. It was the Meat Lovers.
Friday morning.
Spitting in
I
the
had a
face
bite
of
a
God.
sausage.
I was going to go for the veggie pizza, but when I saw all that meat, the bacon, the hamburger, gristled together perfectly.
I felt bad about it. All day I ate broccoli.
Then for dinner, I had a hamburger.
And for these and all my sins, I'm truly sorry.
And then for dessert, I had a chocolate bacon shake.
For these sins and all the sins of my past life, I'm
just
sorry.
held
The
God
meat,
hate.
the fat just slid right down.
Father, I have sinned.
Okay. Well, did it? Yeah, okay. So yeah, it did seem. It feels like they are doing that intentionally. I had roast beef and dip and did not regret it one bit, says Gentleman. Pinkerbell says that man loves him some meat. And let me, y'all hear what I'm hearing? Now look, again, the first time I saw Demon Mama covering this, I didn't fully agree that, like, I thought she was just trying to be cheeky. And, you know, that's fun. About the gay subtext in so many things. But then, the actual church militant collapsed because in a court filing it came out that the leader of it was having sex with Milo Yiannopoulos. Was having sex with British provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos. And Demon Mama correctly predicted that from seeing them talk to each other. So, I mean, listen to this guy talking about chopping down on
I
meat.
felt bad about it. All day I ate broccoli.
Then for dinner, I had a hamburger.
And for these and for all my sins, I'm truly sorry.
And then for dessert, I had a chocolate bacon shake.
For these sins and all the sins of my past life, I'm sorry.
The meat, the fat, just slid right down.
Father, I have sinned. The holy mackerel wasn't there on Friday to keep me from eating meat, so I ate a burger.
Do you know why?
Tinkerbell says, yes, absolutely. They are playing in our faces. I mean, honestly, what I think is happening here, like socially, is that, yeah, a lot of these folks consider themselves recovering gays. So they think we all played around with fellas. We don't think that's a moral way to live, and so we're not doing that anymore. But we'll be funny about it. We'll tell jokes and we'll do innuendo. We'll tap into gay culture a little bit in our God-fearing show. But eventually, I just think that becomes them expressing themselves in a world of their own creation where they're not allowed to express themselves. And I think they have a lot of fun with that. And it's almost sweet. It's almost sweet if you would ever see them learn their lesson. And I think maybe part of me is hoping that they go on making content so that one day I can see them like. I like the idea that they will accept themselves. I like the idea that they will eventually just realize there's nothing, like they're making a big deal out of nothing, like out of the silliest effing thing. Their personal sexual preference, nobody else cares about it except them. The bet is that sheltered Christians don't get subtext. Yes, I think that too. I think they are assuming that the heterosexuals in their life. Well, you know what? It's not just sheltered Christians, though. It's also sheltered atheists. I didn't get the subtext. I see it now because I know what happens. And because Demon Mama specifically spelled it out in some of these instances. But it flew right under my nose. I just thought they were obsessed with meat. And the joke was like, oh, we Americans, we love to eat meat. Yeah, gentlemen, generally they don't. Fair. Foxy saying, I feel like if you go to the extent of making a show about it, they're probably too far gone to come back from it. The thing is, I think they discovered themselves in the making of this show. I bet the folks that made Holy Mackerel didn't realize they had it in them to be this good at making sketch comedy. And I also think when they were making Holy Mackerel, it was within a cult. So they're getting feedback from their. I'm not using that term lightly. I mean, it's a literal cult. It's an offshoot of the Catholic Church. They got excommunicated, so they are led by a heretical leader in Michael Voris. But they were making all this stuff within the context of that cult, and they're not getting a chance to have somebody like go up to them and say, hey, I think you're genuinely funny. I think Catholics would genuinely like a series of announcements about not eating meat on Friday that are lighthearted in keeping with the relative lightness of the sin, but also go into explaining the religious dogma as to why, which they do. You just got to get them away from Michael Voris and these people who are trying to ultimately earn a buck by getting people to feel bad about themselves and treat others poorly. When they're away from those folks, which they are now because the church militant no longer exists, when they're away from those folks, I dare say there's an opportunity to have some decent human beings out of this. This was also when Bacon was having a moment in culture. True, Pink. Bacon really did have quite a moment in culture. But yeah, I think there's hope for these folks. And I'm not joking when I say I sincerely want to support them making more content, because I'm hoping to see them one day come to love themselves as much as I love them.
Hey, we don't eat meat on Friday?
For penance?
That's some good voice
Well,
acting,
not necessarily.
by the priest.
It's because Jesus died on Friday, and in order to prepare ourselves for the reception of the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Christ, we pull away from the things that we love on this earth so we can focus on the things of heaven. In order to prepare.
Here's why I want to play that again. This is valuable. If you're not a Catholic, if you're even a Southern Baptist or a Protestant of any sort, if you are an atheist like myself, if you're a Jew, if you're a Sikh, if you're a Hindu, Muslim, Buddhist, if you are a Scientologist, this is an opportunity to learn about another culture. Do you know what a cruet is? Do you know what the Sabbath actually refers to? Do you know what the sacrament is? Did you know that I reversed those two words just now? It's a chance for you to learn about another culture, and it's a chance for you just now to see why such a thing as holy mackerel would be valuable to Catholics. It's actual educational material. They're using comedy to teach about the religion. Nothing wrong with that. So tell us again, great voice actor who's playing the priest, why do Catholics not eat meat on Friday? What's up with that tradition?
Meat on Friday?
For penance?
Well, not necessarily. It's because Jesus died on Friday, and in order to prepare ourselves for the reception of the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Christ, we pull away from the things that we love on this earth so we can focus on the things of heaven.
Well, yeah, I feel really bad about it.
Don't feel too bad. Don't beat yourself up. But I'll tell you, for your penance, I want you to look at the body of Christ, and I want you to kind of contemplate why he died for us. And I want you, maybe you can even get a wristband or something like that that you can use to remind yourself that it's Friday.
Thank you, Father.
Oh, it's not going great for mackerel. Now, look, you know your old pal Jake has appreciation for somebody that is wearing a suit underneath the casual clothes. I like their style. I didn't say it. Pink and Natchikit, I did not say it. I did. My body is ready for Jesus. Look, I don't think that one was intentional. It's the day they celebrate his crucifixion. Jesus died on a Friday. I don't know if that's commonly held belief. No, it's a minor sacrifice that they do to remind themselves of a greater sacrifice. It's a token move, similar to the sacrament. They don't actually think you're doing a massive thing, but you know, it is good to know. Like, you know, it's good to know what Ash Wednesday is. So when you see somebody with a bit of ash on their forehead, you don't go and mess with them. Seventh-day Adventists think Saturday is the holy day. Those monsters, those absolute freaks. Yes, they do. I'm teasing if you're a Seventh-day Adventist. Actually, I'm stealing a funnier man's jokes because Family Guy did that joke. Just like Christmas isn't actually on Christ's birthday. And that's true. But I have to say, I'm atheist, so my opinion doesn't actually matter. But I take the modern Christian approach. I don't think the actual days matter. It doesn't matter if we get them, if Christians get them technically correct. The idea is just that you think about these things at an assigned time to celebrate your faith and your beliefs and all that stuff. Carly at Vertical is on to something. Let's have a gander. That's from Natchikit. Thank you very much. Carly says, I wonder what the actual history of it is. I'm going to guess it's because they wanted medieval peasants to eat more cheap eel meat. That's a great question. And at one point, I think I knew, but let's look it up. Why not learn about other folks? Why do Catholics abstain from meat on Fridays? Catholics abstain from meat on Fridays as penance, honoring Jesus' sacrifice and death on the cross, which occurred on a Friday. We'll get to this stuff. By denying themselves the luxury, meat, to unite with his suffering and practice self-discipline. Not unlike Ramadan. In fact, it's a much lighter version of exactly what Ramadan is. This tradition dates back to early Christianity, making every Friday a small reflection of Lent, with abstinence from flesh being a way to offer personal sacrifice in return for Christ's ultimate gift. Well, let's find out the source, though. Archdiocese. I don't want to hear it from that. Let's go to Reddit. Reddit's good. In short, Google is worse these days, and I can't tell. Why do Catholics fast during Lent? Why were Catholics not? This is Quora. Let's see. For centuries, Christians Yeah, I don't see the historical reason. Perhaps another time I will bother to truly look into that. But unfortunately, I don't know the historical reason. I mean, I bet I think you're onto something. There's going to be the reason that the church did it versus the reason that practicing Catholics say it's done. But the more important thing is why these days practicing Catholics say it's done. And that's, the same thing as Ramadan or any other thing where you deny yourself a pleasure of life for spiritual reasons. And hey, if it helps you, go for it. Oh, there's an NPR article. That's a great one. NPR generally has good reporting. Are younger Catholics abandoning fish on Fridays? Well, apparently, that came out in 2013. Oh, here we go. The real story behind fish on Fridays: lust, lies, and murder. I have to say, the 2013 one is amazing timing because that that Holy Mackerel got involved. All right, let's have a gander. Thank you, Carly Wynn, for the NPR article. Well, hello, Dieter McBusiness. All right. According to this NPR article by Maria Godoy, it sounds like the plot of a Dan Brown thriller. Yeah, the real politic explanation of why Catholic is circulated for so long. Many people grew up believing it as a fact. Some, myself included, even learned it in Catholic school. It's humdinger of a tale that kind of... Many people have searched the Vatican archives for this, but they have found nothing. For what? Religious observance. Come on, let's get to it. According to Christian teaching, Jesus died on Friday. Technically, it's the flesh of warm-blooded animals that's off limits. An animal that, in a sense, sacrificed its life for us, if you will, explains Michael Foley, associate professor at Baylor University and author of Why Do Catholics Eat Fish on Friday? Fish are cold-blooded, so they're considered fair game. If you were inclined to eat a reptile on Friday, Foley tells the Salt, you could do that too. Okay, let's jump down. At first, says Fagan, Christians' religious appetites was largely met with herring. All right, the Vikings were... It's possible others may have followed Contra. Why do people go over the horizon? So that's the Empire part of our saga. Funny enough, the Pope story is a fishtail by the time Henry ascended to the throne. But after this... Well, I'll tell you. I'm scanning this. I'm halfway through the article. I don't see the answer. And I'm not interested enough in the historicity to comb that for the answer. Normally I would be, but I will tell you, NPR has a tendency of getting under my skin and bloviating that I simply don't have the patience for. So I'm going to play some more Holy Mackerel, and I'm going to read that article patiently while I'm playing the Holy Mackerel. And if I'm capable of understanding what it is they're saying, if I'm capable of translating the NPR nonsense talk to get the actual information out of it, I will tell you without making you suffer through it. I will tell you what the actual historical reason is. Let's watch Holy Mackerel, though. Actual proper religious education. Let's watch Holy Mackerel. And I'll put that up on screen. And you can enjoy him being out of work and real depressed. What a world. So this is the internet. That's their interpretation of the internet.
You got mail.
Oh, the face acting. Oh, but wait. The desire is growing for whom to return. What would Holy Mackerel do? Yo! Grassroots, baby. Never forget. Holy Mackerel 2015. Wait, can you hear me when I'm off screen? He's handing them out. Did you hear me say handing them out?
Hey, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
I just made these wristbands to remind us to not eat meat on Fridays of Lent because the Holy Mackerel's not around anymore. So, here
Bless
you.
you.
Go,
Oh, wow, cool.
Hey, Simon. Nice seeing
Poor guy.
Sound guy.
What were they talking about, by the way? What were they talking about that was so awkward to get interrupted? I have to imagine they had an awkward sexual encounter or misunderstanding or something similar when this guy rolled up. They never go into that, but that is such good background acting.
Cool. Hey, Simon. Nice seeing you. Sound guy. Thanks for showing up. Sean, Lindsay, Todd.
I did not eat meat. It's not true. It's ridiculous. I did not eat meat. I did not.
Oh, hi, Rod. Hey, Charlie. What's up? Here, have a wristband.
Oh, thank you. This will be perfect. Yeah, it's great.
F yes. Stand by your morals, lads and ladies. Doesn't matter if I believe it, you believe it. But don't eat the meat.
What would the holy mackerel do?
Yes. Try to be cool. Good Lord. The sound effects. The sound effects are how you know that they're goofing. Also, I gotta say on that NPR article, it looks like Catholics have just always eaten meat. Has just always had that as part of, at least since the 1500s, part of their traditions. They do go on to say why it was repopularized, but that obscures from the in my opinion the main point, which is that it's always been part of the religion, not unlike Jews not eating pork. So it's just one of those foibles. Who knows how it got started? I don't see a clear answer in that article. Maybe I'll have a priest on sometime. I literally now know a nun and a priest after having gone to some of the protests recently. And after traveling for the last one, I met a nun on the way back from Florida, and she gave me COVID. So we talk. I will ask them for their earnest explanation. Let's go back to the revolution happening in the church militant. Without holy mackerel there, they are truly in need of guidance. Blah! Yes! I suppose that's reasonable as well. Lindsay. Saturday. ... Lunch. It's the taking of so long to put that there. True an adjective. I'm hoping they actually ate some of this. Oh my god, it's so effing weird, dude. Every time, like that charming lady that comes in and she's got the same role. She's the janitor who's like, oh no, there's a mess again. And then it flashes that thing. Imagine instead of church militant, it said Ku Klux Klan. Like, fucking what? What is this world we're in? Here's the next episode. He's still a fish out of water.
Come on, Max.
I can answer that question. They have money for this through the fact that the church militant was not paying taxes and was scamming its congregants.
Oh, hey guys.
But I can also tell you this cost them close to nothing, and here's why. They already had the cameras and the studios and the lights and all that. They already had that equipment because they had a separate propaganda channel that was meant to look like a news network. They already had the employees for the editing of this stuff. And I promise you, just somebody who was fun and ambitious and not having a very important job asked them in 2015, can we borrow this stuff to make PSAs? And that ended up becoming the best part of it. So it actually didn't cost them anything because they had the equipment and the employees already. All those people you see working on editing, they're doing propaganda, and they get paid by their church members themselves who give them money because these church militant folks work them up into a frenzy about how the gays are coming to get you. And the great irony is these are some of the gayest creators I have ever seen, just based on references to fellatio alone, and of course because the owner, the runner of the whole cult, the head of the cult, ends up losing the cult by having sex with Milo Yiannopoulos. Ooh. Yeah, there's some creepy stuff happening.
I
Good
forgot my
eyes.
key. Well, Max and Jason are right in there, and they
That's
won't
her
let
thing,
me
I
in.
think.
I've been knocking for like a
Second
minute.
time I saw her do that.
That's
I like
weird.
She's got a
Yeah.
thing.
Huh. I got mine. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
good.
good. I got you.
Oh, thanks.
You know, Voris was really upset last week when we made that big mess in the kitchen, all the meat everywhere. He said he was gonna take care of it himself.
Yeah, no.
I don't know what that means.
Me neither.
Guess
All
we'll
right.
find out.
Yeah. Guys, what's wrong with you? I was out there for a long time. This isn't funny, okay? Don't do that to me again. I think something's wrong with them.
Guys?
Max?
You guys okay?
Hey, Jason?
Guys?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
No meat. Only fish. No bacon. No ham. Fish. No sausage. No steak. No meat. Only salmon. Only trout. Only cod. Only perch. No bacon. Bacon. No meat.
You have a great resume. We'd love to have you here on the Real Estate for Life team. You know, we've got 900 experienced faith-based agents to help customers all over the world. It's Friday today, so you can start on Monday.
Yeah, it's not your fault. It's not the article's fault, really, even. It's my fault for not being able to process what they were saying. There might be phrases I could look up, et cetera, et cetera. And now that you've sparked my curiosity, I do want to find it out. I'm just not capable of understanding something with nuance that is that historical. While I am also engaged in mackerel shenanigans, mostly because I'm distracted by the innuendo. But in this case, also this very compelling story of whether Holy Mackerel is going to have to give up who he is in order to make it in this rat race that is America. Do understand, even if the creators themselves don't realize they're telling a story about America, they are. They're telling a story about the country they live in by giving this guy problems that you or I might experience. Do note he's out there trying to work in the real world, and he's going to try to live his morals as well. And you will find out what happens to somebody in American society if they don't quite fit in. Again, I don't think they realize the depth of the story they're telling, that they are unintentionally perhaps talking about deeper issues than they realize.
Holy Mackerel's got a
Elaine.
job at Real Estate for Life.
I'm going to go make some copies. And by the way, I can never eat a whole one of these sandwiches. If you'd like half, please help yourself.
Oh.
I'm back, and I do insist that you eat half my sandwich. I wouldn't want it to go to waste.
Perfect acting. And I do insist you eat half my sandwich. Oh. Oh, devastating. Oh, that never mind. Oi. Elaine loves coffee, but Jake also loves coffee. I'm gonna go grab some. Look at this editing. Look at these graphics. They're getting better and better. Oh. Oh. Also, wait a minute. How was your day, dear? It was rough. Well, come up for dinner. We'll talk about it over meat. What the fuck? I do like how this version of the world is very meat-centric. It's art! It's art! Some getting after it. Oh, wait a minute. Fui Manchu paid my crew. Well, come on. Paid my crew to stay home. Solidarity from Seattle. Thank you, Fui Manchu. We need you. We need folks like you. We need you as the example for others. You're a good person, and you are doing what is necessary to protect others right now. You have my sincere thanks, and I hope we all can strive to be more like you. Enjoy some of the weirdest content the internet has to offer on this, a merry, wicked cookout. He's looking so longingly. He really is. He really is. I don't know how I missed the subtext also on the first time I saw this, because look at this. When you think for a moment that, again, most of these fellas are, well, not most, but a lot of these fellas are recovering from certain tendencies that they are ashamed of, that there's no reason to be ashamed of. And then you watch this, where it's meat that's the thing being considered. And look at this amazing, genuinely good acting, genuinely good camera setup, lighting, everything. Feels a little bit Yeah. Very hungry, apparently. And look at this guy becoming an actor in front of our eyes. I'm proud of him. And again, it's like brought to you by the KKK.
I ate meat again on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was thinking more with my belly than with my brain.
I'll tell you got to stop trying to think with your brain and start thinking with your heart.
Okay. Okay. So just right then, I was thinking more with my than my brain. Does feel like a thing I missed on the first. Yeah, directed by James Cameron. Yeah, it does feel like there's some subtext I definitely missed. Fui Manchu says, this country belongs to we the people. We stand together. Money is temporary. Morality is eternal. Absolutely. 100%. Thank you so much. Yeah. You will not reach the other end of this era, turn around and think, how much did I earn? How much did I earn? You will, however, reach the end of this era, turn around and say, what did I do? Did I allow this to happen on my watch? Was I part of the solution, or was I a collaborator? Did I sit on my hands and do nothing while people were getting kidnapped? Fui Manchu, you've done something officially. Thank you. And everybody joining us for the cookout today, thank you. And by the way, I encourage you to share with folks the cookout and the reason for it. You don't have to do this thing specifically. There's events all day. There's an event in Detroit at 4:00. I may try to get to that. But we are throwing a party in the middle of an occupation by modern Nazis. They are making scapegoats out of folks, asking the population to act irrationally about those folks, accusing them of doing things they are not doing, accusing them of all being worthy of mistreatment, when in fact nobody is worthy of mistreatment. That's what makes it mistreatment. Yeah, why not? It's noon. It's noon 10. It's 12:10, but it's noon. So let's do a quick reminder of why we're here. We're here because right now in America, all major cities are under attack, but in particular, Minneapolis is under assault by the Trump regime and specifically ICE within it. Yeah. Because of that, they have asked folks to simply deny the capital T, capital M, the man's profits for one day. Do not contribute for one day to the oligarchy that is causing all of this. In other words, we're practicing flexing our power. During the pandemic, it was discovered that these motherfuckers still need us. They still need us. And they are trying to abuse us right now, assuming we will do nothing, assuming we will let them take the brown folks. And of course, the leftists who are trying to protect the brown folks. And of course, the neighbor who complained about it too loud. And of course, the other Republicans who didn't agree quick enough. You see, they're going to work their way down the line, asking us, what will we let them get away with? Who will we let them take? Will we let them kill how many Renee Goods before we do something? Will we let them kidnap how many Liams, the 5-year-old boy in that adorable little hat who got stolen? How many fathers will we let them kill? How many times will we let a neighbor who is ICE in their day job, decide they don't like their neighbor and then murder him? How many times will we let that happen before we do something? Well, if you want to do something, if you feel that this is a sort of injustice that you cannot allow to stand, I am with you. I agree. It's time to do something. We don't just wait. We don't just wait for our insufficient, cowardly politicians to take action. You take action. And we can do that. We can take action by marshaling a resource that they have worked very hard to ensure we have a ton of, and that resource is exhaustion. Make your exhaustion their problem. Take this Friday off. If you're at work right now and you think you can get out of it, go home. If you can't help but being at work and you still want to help, save. Open up a savings account today. Go on your lunch break. Go after work and open up a savings account that you put in a couple of dollars every week so that the next time such a thing comes up, you can participate. You can afford to take the day off. Learn to grow food. Learn to can food. Develop hobbies that will help you last longer without without needing to go to your job. And, of course, you can support others. If there are 5 of you that weren't going to go to, or that weren't capable of taking a day off, but all of you are able to save up $20 over the course of a month, you might be able to pay one of you out of that fund to take one day off. And that's one more day of labor denied to the people who are kidnapping people off of our streets, murdering people on our streets, making school unsafe for children. This is villainy. This is Nazi behavior. And you are being asked to do the easiest possible thing, which is nothing, but strategically do nothing. Do nothing in a way that denies them funds. Cripple this country until it stops attacking itself. Right now, in solidarity with Minneapolis, we are asking that you take the day off. And that's why the Wicked Cookout's here. I'm entertaining you with tales of the holy mackerel. Honestly, one of my favorite things that exists on the internet. Now, Natchikit, you're on to something. Because the U.S. is going to be the testing grounds for how we take control of a country. They only need 30%, the Republicans. They only need 30% of the voting populace to irrationally agree with everything Donald Trump says to make the U.S. government bend to its will. But interestingly, we, the proletariat, the worker, we only need 11%. That's less people. We only need 11% of the workers in this country. And that's if we're just talking broadly. To shut it all down. If 11% of us don't go into work, the country cannot function. In other words, we need to convince less people to just not show up for work than they need to convince folks to vote a certain way at a certain time. We have an advantage here, and this could spread. If we prove that this works, if we are able to make this work, these techniques can be shared, can be exported to other countries, can be a way that the worker gets advantage over the people with guns. Because the people with guns, at the end of the day, if they are pointing guns at their neighbors, they're not doing it because they're good people. They're doing it because somebody's paying them. So don't contribute to that. Do not contribute to that. I would argue you should not pay your taxes until Trump's out of office. Make them come after you. If you want to set the money aside for what you think you owe, do that. But wait until they audit you. Wait until they demand it. Don't fund this. Don't fund this at all. Yes, we will all suffer. We will all suffer economically. Good. I would prefer that than we go on as though we are not assaulting people for no reason. Yeah. Gentleman says 11% of everybody versus 30% of a concentrated voting block is misleading. That 11% is substantially more people. That's not 30% of a concentrated voting block, though. That's 30% of voters. So you're right that it's concentrated. It's 30% of people that are voting age. But I'm talking about 11% of people that are working age. So similar age groups. On top of that, we have unions where we can do union-wide additions to this thing. You're not wrong, though. The basics of what you're saying, that's correct. It's not like it's not this. The 11% is a lot more people. Well, it isn't though, because it's not 70 million people. It's more people than it seems when I say 11% versus 30%. You're right. That's the headline here. It is more people than it seems. But it's not more people than is possible. It's a very, in my opinion, doable number, 11%. And that's 11% to shut the whole country down. I don't think we need to get all the way up to 11%. I think if we get to 5-6% of U.S. workers just refusing to show up until ICE is out of their town, I think that is going to influence a lot more than people realize. I think the U.S. is a paper tiger in a lot of ways, including how much we have in the rainy day funds. We have been, when you are a capitalist society, you do not have a lot of fat. You do not have a lot of extras. Everything is run very efficiently because capitalists are trying to make money. They're trying to run an efficient operation that makes money. And when you've been living like that for 40 years like we have, you're not prepared for lean times. And if we create lean times with, I think, even 5% of the workforce refusing to do their jobs, I don't think we can sustain that indefinitely. But we'll see. It's worth trying out. Part of this protest should be to call reps and complain and demand. I mean, since you aren't at work, may as well make some calls. Great point. Absolutely great point. Oh, this is a great one. Elaine loves coffee with some recommendations for what you can grow in order to keep yourself full of nutrients. Leaf lettuces, spinach, Swiss chard, and collards are all plants that replenish. Pick enough leaves for a meal. Fantastic. Gentleman says, oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying that 11% of the whole population versus 30% of the voting population are totally different percentages. True. True. It is. But we will do it. And even if we don't, honestly, I just love the idea of the fact that they tried so hard to exhaust us, and now we're making that their problem. I do like that. All right. Back to holy mackerel. I got to get back in the mood.
Oh, okay.
You know, for your penance, I'd like you to do something that's going to help you focus on the passion of our beloved Lord. Perhaps you can say the Divine Mercy Chaplet. Would you be willing to do that?
Come on.
What is he even watching? Is that going to be a pun of some sort? Oh no. Wait a minute, Elaine. I've contacted Douglas. I hate to tell you, Elaine, when we were last hanging out, they had about as many subscribers as I did. They're in the big league now. I'm only going to hold them back. So I've contacted him. He didn't respond, but I don't blame him. He's off being a big fancy 20K subscribers guy now. I'll write him again, sure. Oh, this is heartbreaking.
Dear Big Mac, we've been roommates for many years now. However, the current financial problems have drained my bank account. I can no longer cover your half of the house payment. And as a result, with much regret, I've moved out. I was unable to prevent the banks from taking the house, and I was too embarrassed to bring this up to you earlier, for which I apologize. Don't worry about paying me back for the house payment. I understand it's difficult to find a job out there. I will pray that you catch a good job and get back on your own 2 flippers. Your friend, Jonah.
So wait a minute. So his roommate I think I got that. His roommate was the fish. The fish in the tank wrote him that note, and apparently is also Catholic. Oh my God, that face. Oy. Oh my God, Jonah, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, hey, Rodney.
What's in the box, Charlie?
Just my lunch.
Is it a meat lunch, Charlie?
It's
Give it to me.
No.
Give me that. I'm not supposed to be eating that.
No, we're gonna get chicken on the Sunday.
Can't eat that. You're not supposed to be eating it. It's Friday of Lent.
I'm so hungry.
I don't care. Offer it up. You're Catholic. Doesn't matter. Think with your heart, not with your stomach, Charlie. With your
Nope.
This is all great information. Mark.
Yeah? Okay. Okay. Oh, yes, I know. I know. Hello? I took the day off. That's not my problem. Come here, Lucy.
Now, wait a minute. Wait just a golden minute here. something relevant has cropped up. First of all, I love that lady. I love the fact that the punchline to the other employees trying to get on without holy mackerel is that they're still annoying the janitor, the lady who's got to clean up. Did you notice something, though, in that last scene that might be relevant to today? What when she wanted to take a day off work, when she wanted to say, I've had it, I need a day to collect myself, what did she do? Just called the boss. In their fantasy world, she just called the boss and said, I'm taking a day. Could you do that? Were you able to do that today? Would you be able to do that at the drop of a hat like she did? Even if that's not how the world really works, that is how their conception of a good world, of a well-run organization, for example, should work. They're suggesting that this, I mean, I know it's all within a fiction, but they're suggesting that this is how the church militant works, for example, their own organization. That's how they think people should be able to conduct themselves. In other words, they view an amount of personal freedom that leaves room for just deciding what you're going to do with your day. And no, you can't just agree to do a job and take off days all the time. But the point is, if you can't do what that lady did once in a while, are you really free? If you, and I'm sorry to do such a crass comparison, but if you have to pick the cotton from 9 to 5, and you are, if you don't do it, instead of getting whipped, what happens is they just don't give your child health care. They cut off your health insurance because they fire you. I mean, there is a difference. There is the fact that you can physically leave. But we are talking about a system which is designed to do the same thing, to make you work under unfair conditions, to deny you the choice of where you will be, to take a portion of your life. And man, if you can't take a day off while there is an invasion by the U.S. government of its own people, it is time to reconsider what country you are living in, what the reality of the United States is versus what they said it is. We are dependent on our jobs to survive every day because our jobs are insufficient, because our jobs don't leave enough money in the bank to keep us going. One $400 expense would take out most American households. Most American households are foregoing some form of medical treatment right now because they simply can't afford the copays. Are you as free as you thought you were? I know most of the folks in my audience already understand the reality of the conditions in America, but most of the people we talk to do not. Most of the people we talk to seem to think of America as what America says it is, as opposed to the actual reality they're living in. And this is an opportunity. Everybody, if you decide to do a cookout, if you decide to throw a party at your house and invite your friends, and everybody says, I literally can't afford it, you might consider bringing that up. You might consider asking them, John or Jen or whoever, you thought you lived in a free country, I assume. But if you can't take one day when you decide, perhaps it's time to re-examine that. Latino Mafune, great to see you. Revolution, doctor's orders, absolutely. Do I believe in ghosts? Yes and no, in short. The kind you're probably thinking of, no, I do not believe in. I do believe in the somebody's collective leavings on the earth, somebody's imprint in the form of the places they've been and the things they've done, living on beyond their mortal life. But no, I don't believe in ghosts. I do also believe in the ghost sound, the frequency that makes people hallucinate, but that is science-based, and I will change that if further studies are done. I believe in a lot of semi-supernatural stuff. Hey, if you're just catching up, holy mackerel is he's out of work. And he's living in a U.S. society where if he behaves the way he behaves, he will not be welcomed. And I think we're also, whether they realize it or not, exploring some of the hidden, let's say, concerns, some of the hidden fears of the creators of Holy Mackerel. What would happen to them if they went out into the world away from the church militant? They seem to think they'd wind up in a gutter. I think they would do just fine if they produced Holy Mackerel on their own. Want to give some praise to Carly Wynn. Carly says, ice in the Discord. Ice was spotted in our area, so my husband and a bunch of enthusiasts with similar stuff that they enjoy, hobbies, there we go, are out looking. The loose hotline was already notified. Carly, tell your husband from a grateful Michigander, thank you. Thank you for being a good man. Thank you for not resting while evil is happening in your area. It thrives when good people do nothing. I'm glad to hear good people doing something. We'll enforce Canon 1251 for food, but not me on Friday. Meanwhile, at the studio.
Rodney, report to my office immediately.
Let's pause for a moment because this is the topic of the day. Kenneth Moratti, I think that's perhaps Moriarty? Moratti. Kenneth Moratti says, yes, deport all illegals. First of all, very odd to me. Very odd to me that you jump in with that. I think you understand that wasn't going to be persuasive, but you want us to know that you think that the behavior of ICE is acceptable. Just to clarify, the majority of people picked up by ICE have committed no crime whatsoever. So to be clear, the killing that you've seen taking place, 5 Americans dead so far? 5 people dead already? Natchikit, we got one. Yeah. The killing that you've seen, this was done to arrest people who have done nothing wrong. They're telling you these people are illegals and getting you to repeat the phrase illegals so there can be a pretext. But this is no different than when people told lies about what black people are like, so they would have excuses to be cruel to black people. They're telling you lies. They are lying to you, and they're getting you to do that so you can give up your rights, so that you will do nothing. You will even, in fact, get on here and support these folks when they take away your rights. Because do you understand? They're out here asking everybody, papers, please. Go ask your libertarian friends what's wrong with that. Go ask if you have libertarians that you know, ask them what is wrong with a government official demanding papers. Ask them why it is dangerous to have people in masks not identifying themselves and pointing guns at you. You're supposed to what? Just allow someone to point a gun at your head? Assume that they're not lying about being an employee of the federal government, even though they have no identification? For that matter, ICE is not supposed to be bothering U.S. citizens. And they're not supposed to be bothering anybody without reasonable suspicion of a crime. It's a scam, Kenneth. I've gone over what that scam looks like from the other side. If you're interested sincerely in learning why you cannot trust these politicians, go look at what I did on Mallory McMurrow, the piece I did about her. Mallory McMurrow is a progressive from Michigan, and I tore into her like a bag of Lay's because she tried to get us angry at Donald Trump and RFK Jr., and in that anger, to get us to stop going for Medicare for all. Now, I'm not asking you to support Medicare for all. That just happens to be something we care about, that one of our politicians tried to get us to not care about in exchange for being angry with Trump and RFK Jr. And that's what they've done to you here. You're saying, yay, deport all illegals. First of all, they're not deporting illegals. They're deporting anyone for no cause. They've got you supporting less rights for yourself, less power for yourself, in order for them to fulfill arbitrary quotas, in order for them to distract, in order for them basically to have a force of brown shirts that's there to try to intimidate anybody that disagrees with them. Now, fortunately, these are ICE we're talking about. They couldn't intimidate a kitten, but they are nonetheless killing people because they're ill-trained. They're given illegal orders. They were told just recently that they will be ignoring the fact that they cannot enter a premises without a warrant. In other words, they were told to break the law. That's your rights as well. And they're getting you to try to give up your rights by saying, no, we're going to take away the rights of these brown folks. And we're going to make sure you're calling them illegals. We're going to make sure you're thinking about them irrationally, so that you won't ask, hey, are those my rights that are being taken away as well? Because the answer is yes, they are. And oh, hey, by the way, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend was Donald Trump. Don't ask about that. Don't ask why Trump's Department of Justice is hiding the Epstein files. That's their goal, Kenneth. And I'm not going to claim that the Biden administration was any better. It was not. They had an opportunity to get this guy, but they didn't. They had an opportunity to get justice for Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and they didn't. My former guy not doing it does not mean you're off the hook for your guy not doing it. One of us will eventually have to take responsibility. One of us will eventually have to pressure our own side to release the Epstein files. And the great way for you to start would be to stop falling for the trick that they are constantly, both sides, I will acknowledge on this, are constantly trying to pull on us, which is making you angry at an irrelevant group of people and then letting their abuse of that irrelevant group of people be your substitute for an improvement in your life. As long as you're satisfied with somebody else being harmed, your life will not improve. Oh, like when you goons were all about COVID masks, says Kenneth. I'm not sure what the relevance is here to what we were just talking about. That was a reasonable reaction to a respiratory disease. COVID is spread by particles from your mouth coming out of your mouth on your breath, so evaporated spit, basically, coming out and going into other people's mouths. And the way you stop that from happening is you put a mask, a cloth or whatever, over your face to stop your infected breath from spreading as far. It's not perfect. But yeah, that was a reasonable reaction during a global pandemic to a new respiratory disease. Yeah, I don't see what the issue was. I don't know why you're going as far as saying goons. I mean, I personally am a goon, but I don't see how that relates to. Also, they're not COVID masks. I'm sorry to be overly technical here, but they're just masks. They're N95 masks. They're the same mask you should wear if you have a flu, for example. So you're not walking around breathing flu particles into people's faces. I mean, like with COVID, if you are sick with an infectious disease, you should probably just stay home. But if you have to go out, if you absolutely have to go out, yeah, you wear a mask so that you're not getting other people sick. It's just courtesy. Starboy the Knight, love you all. We love you too. And hello, Hermit Horologist. Oh my God. Hello, Hermit Horologist. Hermit Horologist. It is good to see you, my friend. Still with the masks. Yeah, I know. We'll get there. Evaporated spit, it says Jetamend, is what you get when you hire Sylvester to be the lead singer of your band. Ha! All right. Back to Holy Mackerel. Let's enjoy some fish-based comedy.
Pray for me.
Who's this gentleman? Oh. Growing star. Fish.
You're listening to a young AG instrument stream.
Again, meanwhile, they know what is going to make me chuckle, I swear.
How'd it go? He put me on probation until the end of Lent.
Oh, things are getting out of hand without the mackerel.
Now. Good luck.
Thanks.
Forgive me, Father, for I've sinned. I took your advice from the last time to listen to my heart instead of my stomach.
Okay.
Somebody was going to eat meat on Friday, and I got really angry about it. So I made a fried chicken mess all over the studio.
I see. Who gives you the right to determine how someone else fasts or does penance on Friday, I would strongly suggest that you worry about yourself and direct your energy, your passion to bring yourself closer to Christ.
Now, wait a minute.
Look at yourself first, because if you can change yourself, if you can bring.
Amanda says the voice sounds familiar. Yeah, whoever it is, they're a very good voice actor. They are so good. And I think they might legitimately just be a priest. That is some classic priest cadence right there. But can we just listen? Like, I do wonder. I wonder if they had another thing in mind when they said this. Who gives you the right to decide for others?
To determine how someone else. Who gives you the right to determine how someone else fasts or does penance on Friday? Or
maybe who someone else loves or how someone else lives their life. Who gives you the right, the priest asks, to get involved with what kind of meat somebody else enjoys at the dinner table? Great question.
Strongly suggest that you worry about yourself and direct your energy, your passion to bring yourself closer to Christ. Look at yourself first, because if you can change yourself, if you can bring yourself to a greater love of God and a greater understanding, you'll teach by example. That's the better way to teach somebody. So I don't want you to do that anymore. Stop trying to govern everyone else for your penance. Why don't you go before the Blessed Sacrament and just speak to our Lord about how much you love him and thank him for all the good things he's given you in your life. And after 2 minutes, your penance will be complete.
I do also like that they continually jump back to the idea that it's not that big of a deal, despite the big reaction everybody's having. Like, after 2 minutes, your penance will be complete. Good. It is, after all, just fucking fish and meat. That's all we're talking about. Again, I don't know if it's on the surface level. I don't know if it's subconscious. I don't know if they were being rebellious, but I think, yeah, the lore just does keep getting deeper and deeper. And when you consider the fact that these are folks struggling with identity and an actual cult, to some degree, I wonder if this is them floating that idea out amongst all the other stuff that's being said. If they're like, and how big of a sin is anyway? If I wanna bang my buddy Mark, are we talking 2 minutes of penance here? Because I definitely feel like that is not something that God appears to care all that much about. It's very loud.
Holy Mac, roll the impact. Holy mackerel, I'm waiting.
Oh, Elaine, had to my phone was down to 2% battery. Welcome to the Horizontal Club.
You don't look like you've been out of work for very long.
I gotta say, this fella on screen has Joe Pera vibes. You guys know Joe Pera, the Adult Swim personality? This guy feels very Joe Pera to me. Holy Mackerel became a holy roller. He surely did. But he's not much of a mechanic, Pink. He's not much of a mechanic.
Did you get canned on your previous job?
Canned. Like,
sorry, Holy. I don't mean to offend, but
dude, this could
I lost
totally
a
be
job
on Adult
once.
Swim.
It's the best job I ever had.
The The guy that talks at 0.5 speed. Yes. Yeah, there have been some genuinely heartfelt, touching moments on Joe Pera shows. Maybe he'd do better at Lubin Tune. Ba-dum-pa. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got something for you, Spink. No. Where is it? Oh. All right. To be continued. To be continued, Pig. It'll make sense. Let's have a heart to heart with this mechanic.
It meant the world to me, but I discovered that it really wasn't my purpose. You see, I needed to learn that I had to love my wife, my children, to love God and be an example of Christ in the family.
Maybe he'd do better at Lubin Tube. There we are.
You have
Well
a
done.
family, don't you? No? Well, you got some friends, don't you? Okay. Well, you're important to those friends, aren't you? You make an impact in their life, hey? Well, don't you think you should get back to them? What do you mean you don't know? What's with this indecision? Only, you know, Lent's almost over. And most people think Lent's about giving up candy or, you know, offering something up. But really,
I do have to say, I don't mind propaganda. I don't even mind like movies with a like Christian movies with a Christian message. I don't like the movies that try to turn Christianity into hate preaching. I don't like it when they do that. But like where somebody understand like comes to a better understanding of Jesus or whatever, or animated Bible stories and what have you. I like that. And I like it because specifically I'm not part of that culture and I enjoy understanding cultures that I'm not part of. You know, I liked I'm sure I don't have an accurate understanding of them, but I do like it. And for that reason, I love this because these are two Catholic characters discussing morals from a Catholic point of view. And even if you're not Catholic, exactly like I have been telling a lot of our vertical viewers, you can gain things by listening to people who are part of groups that you're not part of, because you will at the very least understand how to communicate to Catholics better, of which there's a hell of a lot. So I like listening to these two Catholic characters have a Catholic discussion about Catholic beliefs, even if it's in the service of a comedy bit that they are doing. There's nonetheless a piece of propaganda here that's worth taking in. They totally switched the mackerel actor. I'm honestly thinking the guy just put on weight, but maybe you're right. Ooh, now that's interesting. I thought the drama series Greenleaf, starring Keith David, did a great job of exploring the good and evil within Christianity. Ooh, I want to check that out. Thank you for the recommendation, Latino Mufune. Good man as always.
it's about doing something at a higher level and giving up something menial so that you can gain spiritual benefit from it. If the seed has to fall to the ground and die in order for it to bear fruit, then I think you have to give up this menial job.
Gentleman says, as someone who grew up Catholic, the only universal thing you'll find about Catholics is that they disagree even amongst themselves how to properly worship God. It does sound like an American religion, just that. Seed, you say? Yeah, that was... But yeah, he just got settled in at his new gig. And he's moving on.
Go back to what you're good at doing. Because you got people back at work. Eating meat on Fridays. Going to confession every 45 minutes.
True.
Is that good? No. It's just going to hurt them.
Silent.
So where do we go from here?
By Scorsese is the closest I've got to taking Christianity seriously, says Nachiket. Brilliant film. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. I saw one called Doubt, which was about the scandals that plagued the Catholic Church. That was intriguing as well.
Here.
I'm breaking up the moment, though.
Holy mackerel. You got to get back to your friends. I've got... Holy mackerel.
Oh, that shot's real. Okay.
You got to get back to your friends. I've got an idea. You're a fish out of water. It's almost like John 6. You're a fish, and you want them to eat fish. You've studied the art of fasting.
Why are you holding that wrench, man?
Here's what you need to do. When you're stronger, you say to them, my name is Holy Mackerel. You filleted my father.
What?
Prepare to dine.
What?
What are you waiting for? Go. Feed your 5,000. So long. Thanks for all the fish.
What? And he's wearing all those clothes. He's wearing the suit under the clothes.
Gotta wonder what my neighbors are thinking. I thought I'd never get rid of that fish.
I do love that they had that beautiful scene, or attempted a beautiful scene between two people of the same faith, where they explore their faith, and he says, you got to get back on the boat. And then they do the rug pull of saying he's just trying to get rid of the bum. And I love that they clearly told the actor, we're going to hang on this shot for like until Holy Mackerel's out of sight because we don't know what we're going to use. And then they just used all the commentary he said, because it's funnier to have him just be like, what the fuck are my neighbors going to think of this? Yeah, it's very meta. This series it's proper. Yeah. Douglas Adam reference. Absolutely. Princess Bride reference. Yeah, they'll get you, man. They'll get you. I swear. Lordy Lou. So yeah, what exactly were they doing to the Jeep? As hermit horologist. Great question. They were apparently tightening the lug nuts on a tire. Why? Not clear. Not clear. Why they needed to be in a full. They needed the full tools for that. I don't know. Because it's in a farm somewhere. It's farmland. Hanging on it way too long. It's so good.
What a strange line of work you guys have. I'm waiting for the neighbor's dog to come out and attack him. It's a big golden lab. That'll be good footage.
As they just hang on that shot of him walking down the extremely long driveway. Look, they might not be the greatest writers in the world, but they understand comedy when they see it. I think that's their greatest strength, is they understand when they've got something funny on their hands. And by God, do they go for it. Just hanging on that long shot. Oi. Yeah, hey, sometimes you just got to get in the garage with your bros, says Baker Bell, and caress some nuts. Sure. He couldn't hold his composure, says Gentleman. Wait, he was genuinely laughing at that thought. Absolutely. I think they for real got that guy a hearty chuckle out of it.
Don't you forget about me. I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby.
All right, after this, we're going to do a hourly check-in. He's coming back, baby. He's coming back. Just writing a friend of mine to see what I am doing in the 4 o'clock hour. We are about... we're a little under halfway through the Holy Mackerel content. This might be a two-parter, this stream. Going to take all of us to understand the references 100%. So look, before we continue with the return of the Mac, they say, I don't know, wait a minute. Before we get to the return of the Mac, well, I tried to tell you so, but I guess you didn't know. As the saddest story goes, okay, I can't do it. Anyway, let's talk about why we're here. We're here because this is a day of rest in solidarity with the good folks of Minneapolis. Right now, they are being attacked by the federal government. I would respect the hell out of libertarians if the libertarians of the country would unite in principle over the idea that the government should not be able to do this. Yeah, it's everything that the far right was warning about, and it's being done by the far right. You should know this is the hypocrisy we're dealing with. This is the tyranny we're dealing with. So what do we do? What do we do when 5 people a day are kidnapped from Detroit? What do we do when 5 people have been killed that I'm aware of in America, including a neighbor who was gunned down by his neighbor that was a member of ICE on New Year's. A gentleman named Keith. He was murdered by his neighbor, and that guy, because the murderer was a member of ICE, he's yet to go to trial for that. Then we have Renee Good, an unarmed mother with her dog in the car, shot to death by ICE. Look, we must replace basically every politician that has allowed this to happen, but we cannot wait for them. We cannot wait to replace them. We need to take action. We need to force the government to obey us, to withdraw their hit squads from our streets. We need to force the government. In fact, when I say we need to, I mean for our honor, for anyone to ever respect us ever again. We are required to show that in our streets, this behavior is not welcome. So how do you force people with guns to do things? Well, we're going to utilize the one resource they have given us in abundance, and that is our exhaustion. Take the day off work. Do not generate more profit for evil folks. Do not generate profit. And call the shot. Tell them why these oligarchs are losing money. These oligarchs who control our government, why are they losing money? Because they have allowed thugs into our streets. So we're going to hurt them. We are going to hurt them. We're going to do so by not participating for one day. That's today. It is your experimentation with a general strike. If you found that you weren't able to today, then start a savings account today. Start a savings account with the intention of eventually being able to take a single day off. Start learning how to grow food. Start learning how to can food so that you can send food to those who are going to participate in longer term strikes. I got to tell you, I don't think this one day is going to be enough. I'm looking forward to finding out how much we F with the economy by doing this, but I don't think it's going to be enough. That means more days are going to be requested in the future. So start preparing for it. If you were not able to get involved today, that is your wake-up call that you must prepare to be involved next time, and the time after that, and the time after that, and then eventually for an extended period of time until eventually this country is put back on course. But to begin with, the actual least we can do is nothing. So do nothing for good. Don't go to work today. Convince your friends. Don't go to work today. See if you can expand the group of people who might be willing to take a random Friday off. Look at how far away you were from the goal today and take some reasonable steps. Some steps, not all of them, but some steps to get there next time. That's the goal. It's the general strike, and you're watching the Wicked Cookout. Let's see what y'all have to say. Oh, HBX, it's been a fun cookout, Jake. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. People should connect. This is a great point from Carly Wynn. People should connect to mutual aid groups too. Massachusetts and a few other New England states have mutual aid discords. You know, I should get familiar with those if I'm going to tell you about them. Because you're right. That's exactly what we should be doing. And you don't have to be able to do the full-on general strike yourself. If, for example, you have a vegetable garden, something as simple as that can make the difference between somebody striking and not. If you can get a hold of somebody who's looking at their expenses and they're saying, well, I have my own private insurance and I've prepaid that for 6 months. And I've prepaid my rent for 6 months. And if I'm not going to work, I don't need gasoline in the car. But the problem is, I got to eat and my kids got to eat. And I don't have a budget for 6 months worth of food. Well, if you can say, I'm giving you 1 can of vegetables a week because that's what I can produce. And somebody else says, I'll give you 1 can of meat a week because that's what I have. You might be able, between the three of you, to cobble together one person not going to their job. Good. That's teamwork making somebody able to strike where before it did not exist. But we have to have the resources to pool. So, if you are in this audience, you are motivated, and I appreciate you. If you are motivated, but you don't see how you can help because you're too far away from being able to strike yourself, that is how you can help. Set aside some resources and connect with a mutual aid group so that they can be distributed as needed. Whatever state you're in, look up General Strike that state. Get familiar with that group, join that Discord. There is a Discord for all of it, but GeneralStrikeUS.com is where you go to find all of it. Nina Canadian, it is so good to see you, my friend. Solidarity is the air that freedom breathes. Well put, Latino Mufune. Ooh, Elaine loves coffee with the helpful advice. Radishes are another crop that will grow easily in a big flower pot and only take 6 to 8 weeks to grow. Plant a fresh batch every 2 weeks. I love it. I love it. My dear, you're radishing. Thank you. Let's play some more Holy Mac, Earl.
You're a fish out of water. Go back to what you're good at doing.
I have brought you here to go over the plan. The Vega Market Switcheroo. They close at 11 p.m. and within 5 minutes they'll be out the front door. Trey, you'll be in the alleyway. That is where you're going to enter through the back door. Lindsay, you are coming up in the sneaky van. Dave, thanks for being prepared, Dave. Anyway, you are going to distract them when they come out of the front door so that it'll leave me just enough time to somersault roll through the front door into this area here. That's where my lockpick set I ordered from Amazon Prime is going to come in handy. Lockpick the doors, then the alarm is going to go off. But I have the codes to disarm the alarm that I got from Intel.
What intel?
I'm glad you asked that, Lindsay. I made small chit-chat with the owner all week, and I got a lot of information out of him, including his anniversary date, his daughter's birth date, and the year, make, and model of his antique car. The codes have got to be one of those. Anyway, once we're in, guys, that is when we replace all the meat in the Vega Market with their tofu equivalents.
And then when I buy my pepperoni pizza, it'll be tofu-peroni pizza.
Exactly. When we all inevitably forget that it's Friday on Friday and we go and we get meat food at the Vega Market, it won't actually be meat. It'll be tofu.
Isn't it still a sin if we think we're eating meat?
See, you could make the case that, there's knowledge and consent, but you can't make the case that there's grave matter.
Isn't this theft?
Well, sure, we're taking the meat, but we're replacing it with much more valuable and expensive tofu. We're actually giving to them.
Isn't there a thing called the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not swap meat for tofu or something?
Brad, get out of here. Come on. Who invited you? Guys, don't listen to him, okay? This is a foolproof plan.
It's foolproof!
Exactly.
Attention, everybody. It's time to meet in the chapel, and I have a surprise for everyone.
Oh, I like surprises.
No, we should plan. Guys, where are you going? We need to plan. Guys. We don't have time for chapel time right now. I got this whole plan figured out. We're going to rob the Vega Market of all of its meat and replace it with tofu so that we don't eat meat on Friday. It's perfect. It'll be perfect.
Stop it. Get in there.
What is this? What, is Holy Mackerel here to punish me for being bad at Lent?
As Holy Mackerel knelt before the altar, Charlie saw the crucified Christ, veiled in purple. Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. It was at that moment Charlie realized he traded so many opportunities for grace for mere meat. However, as Good Friday approaches, so too, a new opportunity for redemption. Michael Voris saw the change of heart, and he gave Holy Mackerel his job back.
Okay, I mean, obviously, yay. Obviously, yay. I'm very happy. Oy. I'm very happy that Holy Mackerel's back in the plot of this thing. Although, change of heart? Surely he's not talking about the change of heart in Holy Mackerel, because that motherfucker hasn't changed thing number one. He's all about slapping the meat out your hands and replacing it with fish, no matter what. Now, maybe they meant the change of heart in the congregation, and that I could see. I could see that they have developed an appreciation for Holy Mackerel's insanity, but it's vague. It is vague. And this is one of the few sincere critiques I have of their work. If it doesn't look like what I can't have, I can have it. Yeah. Interesting. This is a low-key trans thing? Maybe. I have to say it's worth noting that a trans creator is the one who really discovered this and brought it to the greater public. And the trans creator was not only correct about the subtext that they were reading, but they were so correct that they accurately predicted the downfall of the entire church militant, the hate group that this came from, and had the wherewithal to know that they would not save the Holy Mackerel video files on their website. And so she saved the video files, and that's why we're able to watch it today. So in other words, a trans lady was seeing something here that I wasn't seeing, and you might be onto something. I thought the change of heart was with the boss, says Pinkerbell. Maybe, but they said that Michael Voris had a change of heart. So Michael Voris is the boss. Could have seen his own change of heart reflected in, I don't know. Does that mean he's a cannibal? Maybe. Fish eat other fish all the time, though. Different kinds of fish. He is a fish, true. But also, I think he's got the mascot relationship to food, where it's supposed to not be weird if a pig is constantly trying to serve you pork or whatever. It's something, unclear. Anyway, we are now entering what I call prime mackerel. This is the golden era of Holy Mackerel, in my opinion. This is where you start getting. This is where you start getting the deep lore, the character, the side characters, plots, like B plots that last multiple episodes. This is where you get Holy Mackerel at its finest. Oh yeah, and you eventually see the downfall of the whole church through the sketch comedy show.
All past transgressions were just
yay.
forgotten. But that's not all. Guess who answered Holy's ad for a new roommate?
Hooray! donut's back.
It was almost as if things were back to normal, but even better.
O my Jesus, forgive us our sins, save us from the fires of hell.
Lead all souls into heaven, especially those in most need of thy mercy. I'd like to dedicate this next decade to our friend the Holy Mackerel in thanksgiving for the reminder that he gives us that we need to make sacrifices during Lent.
But most importantly, because he's an example of Christ's love for us.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Holy cow! We're fasting. It's Good Friday. Get out of here.
The end. Now I think you ought to go to sleep.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So long.
Grandpa? Maybe Holy Mackerel can come back next year.
As you wish.
Yay! In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Forgive me, Father, for I've sinned. My last confession was 1 week ago. I devised a plan to I tried to put.
Is that Sam Cedar? I know they do the Princess Bride thing. It does seem that's if I'll say this, that is not Sam Cedar. If Sam Cedar had known that this thing was being filmed, had even the slightest inkling that it could turn out this way, he would have paid for his own ticket to fly up to Michigan to film that thing, because this is exactly Sam Cedar's bag, 100%. Also, I'm stepping all over this mid-credits joke, which is hilarious, in my opinion. Him confessing his plan to steal the meat from the Vega Mart. This is like Trailer Park Boys stuff. This is like Michigan's version of Trailer Park Boys. I want this thing to return. I hope these folks get back together without the hateful person on their shoulder telling them that their lifestyle is sin or whatever. I hope these folks get back together and make more sketch comedy, because it's good, wholesome fun.
On a heist to break into the Vega Mart and replace all the meat with tofu.
Have you ever eaten tofu? Are you out of your mind? That is way too much of a penance to give anybody. Maybe I should give you. Eat tofu for the next 2 months. That'll be your penance. How would you like?
Going a little hard on the tofu. I just think most folks from the Midwest aren't familiar with how to cook it. It's not good. I don't think tofu is good, but I don't also think it's meant to be. It's meant to absorb flavor, not distribute it. Holy Mackerel, played by Holy Mackerel. I
Like
do
that.
love that they do
You
that.
can't go around and force people to eat tofu. I mean, there's nothing you can do to make it taste good. It's like imitation
Does sound
crab
like Dan
meat.
6 Feet Under.
It's just junk. So, why don't you just worry about yourself instead of worrying about everybody else? Otherwise, believe me, I will give you a penance to eat tofu for the rest of your life if I have to. But don't ever do that to anybody else. And to make a heist? What kind of nut are you?
say, I think I could get 100,000 views if I did a documentary on the events of this church. The weird scenario that got this thing started. 2018 we're up to. Oh my God. St. Michael's Media. Ooh. So I'm going to leave it up there for a second. I think I could get 100,000 views if I did a video, like an hour-long video on what exactly happened here. It's a lot of media work, but it might actually be worth doing for somebody if somebody else gets to it before me. I don't know that this is necessarily the time in U.S. history to focus editing attention on this, but it's just so fascinating. And Demon Mama's inclusion in this story, I think, is crucial to understand. The church militant is a hate organization. And let's be frank, they were actively working to erase Demon Mama from existence. I don't know that gal's, actual name. I only know her by her handle online. But let's take a moment to appreciate what happened there. So this sketch comedy group starts out of basically the back room of a propaganda network for hate preachers. And one of the people that they hated, one of the people who they were trying to hurt, actually sincerely developed an affection for some of the content that they made, saw the good in it, saw the value in it, and set aside, for the sake of art, for the sake of decency, set aside her personal offense and rescued it. That's like the sort of thing when you hear about like a Christian priest hiding a rabbi during some woeful time. That's the kind of feel-good story that I think is important. But it's not just that it's a feel-good story, it's also that by looking at these people objectively, by looking at these people, understanding their culture, understanding things like subtext, and looking at them with sympathy, crucially, she was able to predict what would happen. That is so important to understand about this. I was watching the very stream where Demon Mama came to the realization, wait a minute, not only am I sure that Michael Voris and Milo Yiannopoulos are having sex with each other and are flirting in front of the cameras, but I'm sure that if they keep this up, their church is Michael Voris's hate group is going to collapse. And when that happens, all of these videos of this thing that I watch with my fans, they're going to go away because they're just hosted on this church's website. So what am I going to do about it? I am going to contact the creators and save the videos. I'm going to back up the videos. And she was correct. So yeah, what she was seeing was accurate. What she predicted happened exactly, well, nearly exactly as she predicted it. There was a whole lawsuit involved. There was people arguing with each other, and eventually out of those arguments came court documents that prove Michael Voris had an affair with Milo Yiannopoulos. There are probably lessons here that I don't even appreciate yet, but we should all have a good hard look at, because she was ahead of the ball. Demon Mama was. I mean, they didn't mess with her directly. I think they might have Najikit But whether or not they did, they were advocating for her demise. I mean, to be trans in America right now is to be hunted, and these are the people that were trying to make that happen. These were the people that were saying the worst things imaginable you can about folks. And they were accusing her of it just because of who she is. What a person that she was able to not only set that aside, but develop an appreciation for art that they made. Yeah, sincerely F them for that. But also, I'm trying to take a page out of her book and see the humanity in these people. I'm not even particularly trying to be kind to them. I'm just trying to understand. Because let me get to that in a second. I want to wrap up Demon Mama. Gentleman says, last time I saw a Demon Mama stream, there was some beef with another streamer she was having, and she just outright quit afterwards. Yeah, and I said earlier in the stream, I don't watch most of Demon Mama's stuff because she loves, that's like her streams, from what I have seen, are very gossip heavy, are very interpersonal, whatever. And I talk about actual realpolitik, if it were, if you will. I talk about less interesting things. I don't care about Anna Kasparian, for example. I saw she's a liar. Now she's apologizing for some of her lies. I don't care. She's just not interesting to me after she ceases to be a valid source of information, a trustworthy source of information. So it's a shame that Demon Mama's YouTube career is mid hiccup or whatever, or has stopped. But if she does nothing else with her YouTube popularity, she has saved a piece of art, and she has demonstrated an understanding that most of us don't have. Going to what I was saying earlier regarding understanding these people. I saw a video of a black ICE agent, and he was getting a well-deserved talking to by a black ICE interrupter. And the guy who was interrupting ICE and filming them and all that called the black ICE agent a traitor. And the ICE agent said, "No, I'm not. I'm not a traitor." And the black ICE interrupter said, "Yes, you are. You're betraying your people. You're attacking other people for $1, but they're going to come after you just as well as they come after anybody else. You're a traitor." And that guy was correct. The black ICE agent was a traitor. He was betraying his own people for a paycheck. And the problem I have is that is equally true of every single white ICE agent. Every single ICE agent, everybody who works for ICE, is betraying their people. It's sad to me that some folks divide up their people in terms of skin color. But even if that's how you choose to look at the world, you're still betraying your people if you're part of ICE. Because you're not hunting people who are committing crimes. You are simply doing the work for the oligarchs. You're running a distraction, a terrifying, tragic, deeply sad, reputation destroying distraction for the oligarchs. That is who you are. If you are working for ICE, regardless of your skin color, you are a traitor. So there is value, I think, in understanding how folks think and how some of these cults go away. How something as evil as the church militant can evaporate pretty much overnight because under the slightest bit of scrutiny, they cannot live up to their own professed standards because their standards are irrational. They ask people to behave in ways that are unnatural and immoral, and it's against people's nature to be immoral. Useful potential here.
Hey, holy mackerel! Good to see you, man! Boom! Hey, how you doing? It has been terrible without you. It is good to see you back. Is that a burger? Dude, you of all people should know. No burgers on a Friday.
This man is very British. I wonder if he came with anybody. I wonder if he arrived with anybody from out of town.
Ah, Canon 1251. All Fridays are days of abstinence unless that Friday falls on a solemnity, which of course, Friday in the octave of Easter is. Good call, holy mackerel. Good call.
Jeez.
Thank you.
Traditional stuff. I love it. Brought to you by the clan. Jesus.
It's that time of year again. Lent.
Burger. Yeah.
A time of sacrifice, prayer, and almsgiving. The St. Michael's crew have been through some rough times, but also some fun times. But more importantly, they have been through
I just had flashbacks when they showed that insane camera setup.
a lot of spiritual growth. Self-discipline and mastery of one's passions. Growing in humility to know one's own faults and charity for the other. All seems well and good at the studio, but Lent is a time to do more, to pray more, to give more. If you're lucky during Lent, you already know what you should do. But if you're even more lucky, what you should do will be put right in front of your face.
You go and grab a cup? Nah.
There we are. Yeah. Thank you. Quite correct. All right, gentlemen, that square pizza is something called Detroit style pizza, and I'll have you know, it's pretty darn good. It is like half as good as a Chicago style pizza, and that's saying something. Square pizza. You come on down to Detroit, and I will serve you up some Jets pizza, properly Detroit style, and you will find it's okay. It's certainly better than New York style, but it's got proper dimensions to it. It's got some heft. Go back to making my bread. But yeah, no, this reminds me of Robert Rodriguez. if you ever saw his earlier stuff, Robert Rodriguez. I'm talking El Mariachi. Mhm. If you ever saw El Mariachi, this is very much like that. He seems to have a Rodriguez / Sam Raimi appreciation.
You gave up coffee for Lent?
No, I gave up everything.
Oh, this dude's intense.
I
He's
didn't.
about that life.
You're looking slim.
Thanks.
I gave up the Beatles for Lent.
Cool story, bro.
Okay, come on now.
Excuse me. I'm running late. I'm on a deadline. Sorry. I need to get some coffee. I gotta hurry up. Okay. How's it going, guys? How's it going? All right. Bye. Whoa.
Wow.
I think he started vaping.
Yeah.
Where did I leave that computer mouse? My mouse. Did I leave it in the fridge next to my tuna kale salad again?
Side character.
Man, Holy, you always got our backs. Thank you. All right.
Oh, it's easy, Natchikit. You just take some aluminum foil shavings. You take some Sudafed. You take it doesn't matter. I'll show you a little bit. Manda the Pivot. I'm making blueberry bread right now. Ooh, yes indeed. I got a freeze coming, so I'm prepping for no power. You actually nailed it exactly. I am making bread. You're quite correct. Natchikit getting a very foul joke that I said. And yeah, that actually made me want coffee. Funny enough. But first, I gotta find that evaporated milk.
I gotta go. I'm running late.
Come in. Get ready for the Frieza of this series. Oh, it's on.
You may speak.
Our accountants found an issue with one of our clients.
Which client?
St. Michael's Media, Church Militant. Due to an error in the system, their payments have not been applied to their loan. It should be really easy to fix.
No. They should have read the fine print on the loan agreement. We will return their payments and send Church Militant a notice informing them that they have failed to fulfill their end of the contract.
Yes, sir.
And another thing. I'll need new business cards. They should say, Loan Shark, CEO of Church Militant.
Okay.
I do like that they have just like the normal employee working for Loan Shark. Like he's doing the mwahaha, and the guy's like, all right. I wonder if that boss is related to Claw from Inspector Gadget. That's Latino Mifune. I think so. I think that heavily inspired by it, at the very least. This lady's fantastic. What's so effed up is that this adorable lady who's so much fun, and I just want good things for her, she's part of a church that's out there trying to get people erased. She's encouraging effing hate crimes and like just absolutely abhorrent behavior. And then you see this side to her. Now here's something crazy. Here's something I want you to understand. This lady who puts in all of her free time at this hate church and is willing to do these goofy videos and is probably even having a ball doing these goofy videos. This lady has family This lady has family that don't pay attention to politics all that much. They don't really understand a ton about the world because they've never had to. All they know of the church militant and their beliefs are what their grandmother tells them about, or their great auntie tells them about, or whatever that lady tells them about. And when they hear you talk about what the church militant does, they're going to compare the image they have in their head of that auntie of theirs, that grandmother of theirs, and what you're saying she's about. And the crazy thing is, you're not wrong. You will not be wrong. But they won't believe you. So, if you're unable to develop an understanding of these people who are working so hard to harm you and your loved ones, if you're unable to develop an understanding of them as humans, you are going to be putting you and your loved ones in danger, because you are going to be less able to communicate with the folks that you have to communicate to in order to ensure their safety. It's a trick of the centrist elite. I think that we are going to be forming, whether we like it or not, via the primaries, a type of economic centrist coalition where we agree that we will not agree after the primaries. But before and during the primaries, we will probably have to work with people that we have a distaste for to ensure that people who have our economic interests in mind replace people who do not. But also, if you're only concerned about the fate of the queer community, for example, being able to communicate with these people about these people with an accurate view of who you're talking about is crucial. And again, this is not about whether or not anybody deserves something. This is just about what is necessary. And yeah, we're going to be asked to do the lion's share of the mature work. And it's not because we're more deserving. It's because the work needs to be done and we're the only mature ones. Well, hello, Morden Inky Cap. I'm delighted to see you. Let's watch some more of the saga of the loan shark arc in Holy Mackerel.
You know, I hate to say it, but I think this is going to be an easy Lent. Not that it should be, but everything seems good and dandy.
Well, it's true that the last few Lents have been very fruitful, a good learning experience.
Dun, dun,
But there's always room for more spiritual growth.
I know, but I don't see where it could go bad from here.
Attention, everyone. If you could all stop what you're doing right now and listen, I have some important news. I, Michael Voris, will no longer be in charge here at Church Militant. There was an issue with our expansion loan, and now we don't own our building, our equipment, or our website. We all have a new boss who will be here any second now to run the day-to-day operations. Now, I know this may come as a shock to you, but please treat our new CEO with respect because he's going to be signing your checks. We'll still carry out our same mission of exposing lies and falsehoods, of showing the world the truths of the church. So when you see him today, introduce yourself to our new boss, Loan Shark.
Excuse me. How rude. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your new boss, Lone Shark, CEO of Church Militant.
Sorry, I'm back late from lunch. What'd I miss?
Oh my word. Okay. So here's an important little piece of information. Ooh. Here's an important piece of information for you to understand, to fully appreciate what you see. The actual real life Church Militant. This must be answered. White bread, but with double the butter. With double the butter and that's the only difference. But listen, the actual real life Church Militant was going through some problems at this time, including from this point on. Yeah, buttermilk bread. I like that, gentlemen. Buttermilk bread. Because there is some. Anyway, look, the actual real life Church Militant was going through some issues, including having Michael Voris get replaced as the head of Church Militant. Now, this was in part due to financial mishandling of the organization, which he did. He was not honest about how much was coming in and how much was going on, how much was going out. He was also not, I don't think, particularly interested in being a businessman, I guess. But also he was having affairs. He was having affairs with men at this time. It was coming out. And he had to step down on account of his affairs, because you can't be leading a hate group and participating in the thing that hate group hates. So they work in a comedy plot about it. And instead of Michael Voris having to deal with the uncomfortable reality of his own predilections taking him out of power, it gets interpreted as this loan shark plot. Absolutely fascinating that a real life bullet was dodged, at least briefly, by the Church Militant in terms of literally having their whole church taken away from them due to awful loans that they signed up for. And you will see how it begins to affect their view of the world in this upcoming episode about usury. That's growing on me. It is white bread. I'm cheating? You're correct. I'm using a Hamilton Heath bread maker. Oh no. That's how he's living. Everything's a mess.
$4.98.
He's totally correct.
Oh, man. Looks like you'll need.
Oh no! But yes, as Pinkerbell pointed out, the LaCroix. This is the kind of thing I just don't see LaCroix people as being the sort of folks that have a car full of cans. Car full of cans is more a move I would do. So that's going to be empty Dr. Pepper, empty Werner's cans, empty root beer, that sort of thing. It seems very odd that the LaCroix was the can of choice.
498.
Looks like you'll need a loan. Good.
I almost forgot.
Good.
Oh, look how you're living, buddy. You need a frog to show you, a Canadian frog to show you the way.
Hey, Charlie.
Oh,
what you got there?
Oh, breakfast.
Okay. You got that pre-production list for Mic'd Up?
Let me see if I know I have it here somewhere. I know it's here somewhere. Do you need it right now? Because I can't seem to find it.
Yeah, I do. I didn't make my deadline, so Loan Shark loaned me another hour. So now I owe him 2 hours.
Why 2 hours?
Because that shark, he takes interest on a loan. I suggest you never, don't ever get a loan from him because his interest rates are going to blow you out of the water. Loan Shark?
Oh, blow you out of the water.
Yes.
I just got that.
I'd like to pay back the loan. Here's $5.
I cannot accept this. According to the terms and services, you must pay the loan back in full, not a penny less. So your loan was $5 and adding compound interest and adjusting for inflation, you owe $8.67.
But I don't have $8.67.
Then I suggest you go and earn a hard stay pay.
Now, look. I myself am not a big fan. I myself am not a big fan of bankery, of the U.S. capital system. But would it surprise you to learn that the Church Militant had taken out some rather hefty loans and were having trouble paying them back right around this time in the 2018-2019 era? Wicked Foxy Dragon says, we've already seen Lust and Wrath and Pride. I have missed a little bit, so not sure if we've seen Pride, Envy, and Sloth. I think a little bit of everything. That's a good point to highlight the 7 deadly sins there. I think they are doing a lot of that, and I think the Loan Shark is meant to. Oh my God, you're right. He's watching Shark Tank. Damn it, they're good. Yeah, I think Loan Shark is meant to represent whatever usury is. Well, I think there's different kinds of pride that they're concerned with. Those church militants do like being shady. Oh, they surely do. All right. Back to it, gang.
Charlie. Oh, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. I can tell you're having a rough time keeping up with your responsibilities. You're running late to work, scrambling to meet deadlines, and spending your check on junk food. And you know that desk of yours? It's disastrous. How do you think a shark like me stays at the top of the food chain? I'll tell you how. Because I can smell a single drop of insecurity in the water from a mile away. And where I find an aimless, hopeless fish swimming around in this great sea, I chomp down on every opportunity to capitalize on the situation. So let me loan you some advice, Charlie. Don't
Great question.
be
I don't know, Carl.
an aimless fish.
Wasn't there some kind of kicking lone people out of the church thing? I think so. Lone Shark does have a killer tie. They've got
told him.
Great sense of dress in this whole thing. Oh, Charlie, what are you going to do?
Holy? What are you doing mopping the floor?
I want to be clear. You're going to see some things that annoy you here. All I can say is try to imagine how that character, just take it with a grain of salt.
Lone Shark demoted you to janitor? Oh, man. That guy is vicious. Oh, man, let me tell you about it. I am in such a world of hurt right now. Hey, Holy, I need some help, man. Like, I'm in some deep water. Right now, as we speak, I'm racking up all this interest on a loan that I took out, and I don't get my check till next week. And by then, I'm going to owe Lone Shark so much money, like an outrageous amount. And that's just the beginning of my problems. Like, Rodney needs this mic'd up paperwork, and I can't seem to find it at my desk. I don't know what I did with it. And I'm going to have to stay after with him to help out with all that. But I'm not going to be able to do that because I got laundry to do at home, like a huge pile of laundry in my room. Oh, I got to sort through all of that. Oh, everything is just so chaotic. Holy? Holy?
Sort out your life.
I was thinking the other day about if you ever stopped for a moment to notice all the disorder around us. Well, I got to tell you something, bucko. If you think for 1 minute that you're not to blame for all the chaos in your life, oh boy, are you in for it, man. You can't bring order out of the chaos if your spiritual room is a mess. You need to sacrifice some time and bring about that order. But if you think spiritual warfare is a walk in the park, you're sorely mistaken, bucko. You have to sort out your spiritual life and clean your room.
Very literal interpretation here.
I can tell you swimming around this great sea. It's the best.
You have to sort out your spiritual life and clean your room.
So that had really never occurred to him before, had it? I mean, fair enough. I do want to point out one thing ever so quickly. The British guy shows up, and then we start getting references to other, let's say, online cult adjacent media figures. I do wonder if there was a conceited effort or concerted effort to try to get in that space. I don't know. Just something that's in mind. Yeah, I was expecting him to find a woman doing something that. Yeah, that does seem more like. What's me up, bucko? Oh, he's finding money. He might be able to pay long at a time.
Your dirty room is the archetype of your dirty soul when you're not going to confession. So when you go to confession, you're sorting out your soul, but that also goes into the exterior. You have to sort out your room. And, some people bite off more than they can chew, and they go, oh, I'm going to pray 20 decades a day. And there's nothing wrong with praying 20 decades a day. But if you think spiritual warfare is a walk in the park, you're sorely mistaken. St. John of the Cross says, in the twilight of life, God will not judge us on our earthly possessions and human successes. So why would you have a room full of earthly possessions that you haven't touched in 6 months? There is no faith and no courage and no sacrifice in doing what is expedient. We have to stop cutting corners in our spiritual life. Having an orderly personal space is not just the one sacrifice at a time, it's the continual initiative to not throw trash on your counter. It's a lot like mortal and venial sin. If I put one candy wrapper on my counter, that's not a big deal in and of itself, but pretty soon you see that becomes 10 bloody candy wrappers. And now you've got a problem on your hands. Humility is recognition of personal insufficiency and the willingness to learn. Every time I come out of the hermitage, I'm hearing from young men that my talks have made such an impact in their life. And they've started cleaning out the room, and they've started praying 20 decades a day.
Here you go. Debt paid in full.
Have you taken into account compound interest?
And adjusting for inflation. Every last penny is right there. Loan Shark, I want to thank you. Because if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have learned a valuable lesson today. Well, anyway, I got to go clean my desk. See you around.
Not unlike Jordan Peterson himself. Yeah, exactly, Latino Mafune. Not unlike Peterson himself. I think that there's some genuinely good advice here. Is for a little educational film that what is actually a local church did. I can't stress this enough. Pretty good lessons. But it's when you dig at all deeper into their beliefs that you have problems. So like with Peterson, yeah, clean your room. That's great advice. If you don't know what else to do, start there. You feel like you did something. But having the awareness to give that advice does not make you a sage. It just pretty much makes you an adult who's lived a little bit. And to think then that advice is genius and revelatory, it's going too far. And it's giving too much credit to somebody who turns around and says things like Latino Mafune points out, women aren't people. Oh, cover your sink indeed. Boy. All right, let's get to it.
Oh, Loan Shark, and by the way, I'm going to be paying off Rodney's debt with those 2 extra hours, so I'm going to stay after work in his place, okay? Thanks.
Ooh, Leah Miller is doing a fundraiser and updates from Minnesota. Maybe we will raid her, because in about an hour, I would like to
Holy
go
cow,
to
looking
event.
good!
Ba-dum-ba. In about an hour, I would like to do another event. But it requires that I get up and leave the studio. And I don't have anybody to hand this off to. So that means the stream has to end. So yeah, I want to support any fundraiser Leah Miller's behind. And if she's giving updates from Minnesota, absolutely. I'll see if I can raid her. Thank you, Pinkerbell.
Not you, Charlie. Nice trim, looking sharp.
Thank you very much. Not looking too shabby yourself. Anyway, I gotta get going. Holy cow.
Oh, it's so weird every time. Every time it is weird to see that.
What is this? Whoever did this, I am going to make them pay. For
Oh my
more
god, even the smells thing, because sharks have a really great sense of smell.
white out. Don't they know how expensive these things are? The costs just keep adding up. Huh. Cleaning off this graffiti.
Loan shark.
Yes?
Thank God I caught up with you. My name is Sherry, and I can appreciate how you got Church Militant.
Well,
I love this
it
character.
is something that I am good at. Striking when the iron is hot.
Yes, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I like to have some side spending money of my own, but not nearly as successful as you.
No, you are not. Would you like a loan?
No.
Here's a question. Are any of you, got 21 folks watching right now, are any of you able to get into Leah Miller's chat in her live stream and get her to turn on redirect privileges for YouTube? No, probably not. That's crazy. Because she's live right now, and that'll be in her head. Never mind. I'll put a link for her stream in this one, so y'all can go there afterwards. I'm not trying to chase you out of my stream, but I do think we should be behaving in a coordinated manner. I think there's no reason why we shouldn't pump up decency any chance we get. YouTube.com. Leah Mill. Hey, turn on redirect permissions if you'd like a WYCD raid in about 1 hour. Thanks for this stream, friend. There we are. Ooh, Elaine loves coffee. I need to scoot again. Have a beyond awesome afternoon. You as well, my friend. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you all, in fact. Let's watch one of my favorite episodes involving this guy, whoever the fuck he is.
I was just wondering if you could teach me.
To be as successful as me? Ha, you're starting off way too late in life.
Okay. Yeah, I was just looking to get some extra spending money.
That's good. I see your point. Okay.
Good man.
But you are going to have to pay me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. How much?
$25 per lesson.
Wow. That's a bit steep.
I could give you a loan.
No. That's okay. That's okay. I'll pay you. Thank God I found you. When do we start?
We already have. That's your first lesson.
Angry
Never
Ginger's
do
uncle,
anything
totally.
for anyone for free. If they want something, make them pay you. And if they don't have the money, provide them a loan at a high interest rate. There you go. 2 lessons, $50.
Oh,
okay. I'll pay you. Let me just go get the money.
Sure thing. Just bring it down to my office. Oh, and by the way, here is my card for when you need more advice.
Oh my God. I can't believe they actually
You're
printed
welcome,
up those cards.
Sherry. he's never going to make it.
Sherry, can you show me how the new library form works?
I'm going to throw this out there. I also think they're big fans of Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. I think they develop a lot or derive a lot of their comedy sensibilities from that gang.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. For $5.
Holy cow, I have to pay you now? No, not
See?
you. I was talking about being charged.
Well, you want my help, right?
Fine, but I better understand it when you're done.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. Isn't it my job to do the tech work here?
As I see it, your job here is to keep the servers and the systems of Church Militant up and running. So when you teach someone, you can charge them.
I never thought of it that way. Thank you, Loan Shark, and thank God you're here to help us out. I'll get you money now.
That's from the Cowboy Bebop soundtrack. For the record. I think that is Smokey Donkey.
Oh, hi, Oli. I almost forgot today was Friday. Thank God you're here to remind me. I'm feeling a little down today. I had to ask someone to leave the presentation I was giving because they couldn't pay the tutoring fee. Yeah, I'm charging people to teach computer stuff because they want a little spare change. But this person has a small family and they don't have the money. Well, if I allowed him to stay, then others would ask why they had to pay and he didn't have to pay. Thank God it wasn't one of your over-the-top food destruction antics. Ah, you're the janitor now, and even you don't want to clean up something that messy.
My Cherry, can you come see me, please?
I wonder what that's about.
Oh, Sherry, please come in. Close the door. So I'm getting some reports that you're charging people to do your job?
No, I wouldn't do that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know. It sounded like, totally crazy. I mean, so.
Thank God you asked me and this didn't land on Boris's desk. No, I don't charge people to do my job. I just charge them for like extras.
Well, Boris isn't in charge anymore, and Loan Shark would have been Wait, extras?
Yeah. Like, training people.
That's part of your job.
No. My job is to maintain the servers, take care of the network, and service the computers and workstations like that. But, training is extra.
No, that's not a thing. That's not even close to a thing. Who told you that was a thing?
Loan Shark.
Loan Shark. Okay, look, as chief of staff, I can't have you going around and charging people for doing something that is part of your job.
Oh, to be honest, I really wasn't feeling very good about it.
You weren't feeling very... Look, if you want to make some more money, then I know, go get another job and earn money honestly that way,
Okay.
Yeah. And if you want to feel good about yourself, well, why don't you go donate some spare things, that you don't need anymore, clothes, food to the poor, that sort of stuff. That'll make you feel better.
Thank you, Simon. Thank God we had this talk, because that's a better way of doing this.
Yeah, it is.
I don't have any money. Thank you. You're welcome.
What are you doing? I could have provided that person a loan.
Loan Shark, I learned it's better to give than to take.
What? That's weird. I thought he wanted to make money.
That's something else I never learned. How much are we actually supposed to put in the collection basket?
Well, with how the church is, I like to play collection roulette. Sometimes I don't know if it's a $1, $5, or $10 donation I'll give that day. But I feel good when I pull out a $5 bill. But when it's a 1, then I feel guilty and feel like I should do more for God.
Oh, so you can put in anything?
No, it's supposed to be like 10% of what you make, not collection roulette.
Is that gross or net?
No, that 10% rule is Old Testament. It's you give whatever you have.
Oh, here's Sherry. He thanks God all the time. He'd know the proper way on tithing.
I don't tithe.
Wait, you don't tithe? Why not?
Because we work here. We're already giving back to God. As long as I remember to thank God every day, I'm already giving back to God.
Oh.
Wait, guys, that's not how it works.
Of course it is.
No, you're making money here. You're being paid to work here. But we owe God the fruits of our labor.
Well, yeah, the fruits of our work is saving souls.
Yeah, but we're getting paid to do that while we work here. We're supposed to be tithing to God from the fruits of our labor.
Oh.
I mean, playing collection roulette, it's like you're giving out of obligation, not because you want to. It's kind of like what Cain did. I mean, Cain gave because he had to give, but Abel gave out of the fruits of his labor, out of his love for God. Cain didn't do that.
I kind of don't want to give to the collection basket because it's just going to go to the bishops.
Yeah, but there are ways to get around that. You can earmark your funds for a specific project or need at the parish. You can have masses said for souls of your family or friends, or you can give like to the Carmelites.
How much do we put in then? Is it 10% of it, of what we make? Or is it just a few bucks?
Well, 1 Corinthians gives you an idea. It says on the first day of the week, on the Sunday, you give from what you have, whatever you're able to give. That's, that's a paraphrase, but that's kind of the gist of it.
So I actually have to give?
Well, yeah. I mean, your actions speak louder than your words.
I never thought of that. Thank you, Christine.
What is going on in here? You should all be getting back to work immediately.
Well, Loan Shark, it's after 5.
What? Well, then you should all be paying $10 for occupying this space. What does this look like, a homeless shelter?
You know what, Loan Shark? Fine. I'll pay the fee for myself and for everybody else too. But I think you should be asking yourself, what profits a man if he gains the whole world but loses his own soul?
Keep your money.
Awesome. Now I can donate this money to the Carmelites. Thank you, Loan Shark. Hey, everybody, let's go take this money down to the Carmelites and donate it.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Always wanted to.
I have to admit, I'm getting sappy. Jake is trying to contact the person who's oh, that shot is good. Jake is fruitlessly trying to contact the folks who are running the event I'm going to go to in an hour, now more like 40 minutes. No word. No word. But that's okay. All we can do is try. But I do love the message here. I love that Loan Shark's having a bit of an arc. I like that Loan Shark is learning from these folks who are supposedly moral. What I'd love is the out of nowhere lesson that it's not evil to be gay. They've come kind of close, actually. I think there was perhaps a little bit of soul searching happening when they did that bit about what business is it of yours, whether or not somebody eats meat on a certain day. Is it your place to slap the meat out their mouth, so to speak? I think there was a little bit of reflection there. I'm just waiting for some anti-Semitism, to be honest. Good point. Boy, do they love to get the wrong message from this stuff. They surely do. Do you think the show was originally intended to be animated? No, I think the whole show came about because somebody had a fish mask. If you remember back when like the horse heads were really popular as a gag, like the horse masks, I think this is just that. This is basically the same thing, but with different animal masks. And I think it developed from there because it just started as a series of 30-second PSAs where a guy in a fish mask slaps the meat out of people's hands and thrusts a fish upon their plate. Perhaps expressing some of the frustrations of the folks at this place that say it's immoral to be gay, and the leader of the whole thing is a quote-unquote reformed gay man. I do want to point out we are approaching those episodes wherein Milo Yiannopoulos shows up, and that, behind the scenes, ends up being the end of the entire Church Militant for real. Not as a plot, but as a for real thing that happened, because Michael Voris had sex with Milo Yiannopoulos, despite the fact that he said he was no longer gay. Weird world. Anyway, here's Loan Shark learning a lesson about not making everything about money. Also, again, just need to point out the actual Church Militant was going through financial troubles at this time. But it was a great question, Latino Mufune. I think it would do well as an animated thing. They have the sensibilities for that. Oh. Well, gang. What episode number was that? 32. We might just start off next time with episode 33. First of all, that's Leah Miller's stream. She's live right now. I encourage you all to go check her out. This is the Wicked Cookout. We are celebrating a strike back against the oppressive government, which is abusing people on our streets, and we're doing so by utilizing the one thing they have allowed us to have a lot of, which is exhaustion. So we are refraining from work today, and we will be again in the future, in order to get to pressure ICE to leave Minneapolis, to leave Minnesota altogether. Now, look, if you are not involved in the local politics in your town, go to city council meetings and simply get familiar with who's who. If there is a chance in hell that you can pressure your city council people to take action against ICE, do it. Demand that your town become a sanctuary town where ICE are not allowed to practice. I don't care if it's according to Hoyle with the laws or not. I don't care if it's totally... let me put it like this. I don't care if U.S. law actually supports what your city council will declare. And you should make it clear that you don't care either. Simply say, look, There's a group of people who do not follow any laws in this country, and they're called ICE. They've been told to disregard them. We should disregard any authority they claim to have. We in this town do not accept that they are allowed to be here. They are a danger to the citizens you were elected to protect. So you, City Council, must declare this an ICE-free town. That's on you to do so. If you do not think that you can sway your City Council, or expose them as the frauds that they are, if you don't think there's a chance in hell of that, or if you do think that you can and you want to do something more, here's what you do. Go to every business you can where ICE might be. Go to every gas station. Go to every food serving place. And ask the people who are working there, the owner if you can, but if you can't reach them, the people who are behind the counter when you walk through the door, ask them not to serve ICE. Tell them ICE is a danger to your customers. If they can refuel around here, then they will hang out around here. They will come in for snacks and for food, or for snacks and for fuel, and to use the bathroom. And if you let them do that, then 100 people who would have bought 100 times more snacks and more gas will not come to your place because they do not want to be around wherever ICE is. Go to these places, these businesses, which have a right to deny ICE service, and try to convince them not to allow ICE on their premises. Let me tell you, if you can get 3 or 4 gas stations in a town not to allow ICE to refuel their vehicles there, not to allow ICE to use their bathroom or eat snacks, then just as a matter of practicality, those ICE vehicles are going to have to fill up out of town. That means they're going to have to leave town in order to get gasoline. That means if it's a 10-minute trip to the gas station, that's 20 minutes there and back that you have spared your town of ICE's presence. Do this with as many places as you are capable of doing it. Go to the businesses and have the balls to ask the people who are working there to not serve ICE as an act of resistance. If you do not even feel comfortable at that level yet, then walk into these places and look for a hippie. If you see a hippie behind the counter, if you see somebody who you can make a snap judgment about, who you think will be on your side, will be sympathetic to you, share that message with them. Share with them the reality that who they choose to do business with affects people's lives. That's my recommendation to you. Thank you, HBX. Adolf Trump, ICE, and MAGA are terrorists and traitors. Yeah, I agree. And I think the traitors part is really key to that. ICE in particular are class traitors. Every single person who is working for ICE is betraying their community, and they know that's what they're doing. That's why they wear the Klansman masks. They are traitors to their communities. Yeah, look for a hippie is always good advice if you're looking for someone who's got the interests of everybody in mind. Look for people who are signaling that they're on your side with their aesthetics if you're looking for somebody who is safe to talk to. They might not choose to do the brave thing. They might not choose to take up the fight with you, but they certainly will not harm you for trying to do good. I'm going to go see if I can do a part 2 to this stream, gang. I'm going to go see if I can give you footage from the live event. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. I don't even know. I was trying to ask if they are even comfortable with me filming. And because I didn't think to ask yesterday, I haven't got a response. So I don't know if there will be a return, a second stream. But regardless, as I've put in the comments here, you can check out Leah Miller for extended coverage. And of course, we will return to Holy Mackerel one of these days. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. Thanks for coming to the Wicked Cookout. My name's Jake, and I will see you on the next one.